Call the meeting back to order at 6:40, and we'll start with the pledge. Michael, you've had practice at this. Would you lead us, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In closed session, the board approved a settlement agreement for case number 2015-050331 by the following roll call vote. Ayes, Lucky, Sharp, Colados, Reed, Vandenboss. Noes, none, abstain, none. The facts and circumstances in a copy of the settlement agreement are being withheld due to student privacy rights pursuant to 20 U.S.C. Section 1232G and Education Code Section 49060 et sec. We have approval of the agenda motion, please.
So moved to approve the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, board president announcements. We have two new members of the school board joining us tonight, and so it's always a pleasure to welcome new faces and a familiar face. First, Emily Fechner is a senior at Palos Verdes High School, and she's very excited to represent her fellow Sea Kings as a student representative. Outside the classroom, Emily enjoys dancing on the varsity song team, participating in organizations such as the Eccardia Service Group, National Honor Society, and the Trade Winds Literary Publications. She currently serves as a youth representative at St. John Fisher's Pastoral Council and is president of the He for She Club, a United Nations organization for non-racial gender equality, which she introduced to Palos Verdes High School last year. Emily was selected out of the junior class to represent PV High at the Girls State and learn about government and politics with the top female students in California. In the future, she hopes to major in English and pursue a law degree to fight for women's rights in third world countries. Welcome. Very impressive. Thank you. We look forward to having you participate with us. Rules of the road. We know you have work and homework and so on to do, and Michael knows this too. You're welcome to stay as long or as you want after you gave your presentation, but you should feel no obligation to stay if you have things to do, because we understand. And Michael, welcome back. Michael's been chosen as a student representative for Palos Verdes Peninsula High School. He currently serves as the student board member of the California State PTA. Yes, the California State PTA, one of two student board members, right? Or one? Or three, there's not many, three, selected from the entire state, and as the committee member on the national PTA. He's also served the past year as the California State Youth Ambassador in affiliation with the Young Center for Academic and Cultural Enrichment, and as the California Association for Student Council's Government Affairs Director. He really doesn't sleep. He has served for the past 2 years as both the Commissioner of Community Service and Fundraising and as a historian on the ASB for Peninsula. He loves science and spends a lot of time conducting research at the Hyperion Treatment Plant in Playa del Rey. Competes in various science fairs throughout the whole year. Michael is president of the Peninsula's National Science Bowl team and the National Oceanic Sciences Bowl team. He's a production crew member at the River Church of the South Bay and has been a member for both the Palos Verdes Peninsula varsity soccer and varsity tennis teams. Welcome back. You really don't sleep, do you? You know, you're supposed to get 9 hours this time.
How about his other responsibility? Is that not on there?
Did I read it quickly? Student board member for California State PTA? Is there something I missed?
What about the State Board of Education?
Oh, well, that was, PTA education. Oh, who wrote this, Mitzi? You wrote it? When I was talking about the PTA, I was thinking the Board of Education. That's why I was thinking there was, okay, I apologize. I got it wrong. Yes.
Selling himself short.
You are. You're soft pedaling your
accomplishments.
Don't do that on your essays or your on your college app. Well, welcome back. Thank you for volunteering again. And Michael is a good role model to follow. He always has good reports, and I'm sure you'll do great, Emily. The same. All right. Approval of the minutes. We can take these. Yes, you can ask questions.
Is on H4 where it says regular meeting, then it says special meeting, is there just a typo one way or the other before we start getting into them?
So August 26th
It's a special meeting.
was a special meeting, wasn't it?
Okay. just want to make sure as we start going through it, that way we can.
Okay, so actually before, oh. Before we move the approval of the minutes, we have a speaker, Joan Davidson.
Hi, I think I must have missed something, so I'm asking you to tell me which of the minutes this is on, because on this purchase order, you have $1.1 million for attorney fees from 3 different firms, Atkinson Andelson, Dennis Wolver Kelly, and Fagan, Friedman, and Wolfram. And I don't remember ever, you're discussing those legal fees. Those are huge, $1.1 million. 400,000, 300,000, 300,000. So maybe someone can enlighten me.
I'll be happy to enlighten you a little bit. The good news is those are amounts not to exceed. It's not what we've actually spent. We did
Right.
have a presentation once or twice where we acknowledged adding new lawyers.
I did remember that, but I don't
And that,
remember
and
the
this,
fees.
the new lawyers are part of it. We've always had Atkinson Anderson, and they've had a fee associated, so now we've given a not to exceed for the other new members of our legal team. We obviously have no intention of spending $1.1 million unless something comes up that we have to. We haven't spent that money up to this point in the last 3 years, so.
Well, take a look at 2012-13. This was
Well,
the-
we might have with the special ed stuff, I can't say, but from general education stuff, we haven't come close.
And I just wanted to know, what meeting did the board push the public comments back so far? Public comments were always
I
towards...
did that as board president. I did it about 3 months ago, 2 or 3 months
It
ago.
wasn't a vote, it was your decision to do.
I'm the one that sets the agenda along with the superintendent.
That answers it. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so we have to take these in steps. Can someone move on H1, please?
I move approval. Second that?
All those in
Oh,
favor?
actually, H1 I need to abstain, so.
Okay, so Malcolm moves approval.
Move approval.
Need a
And I'll
second.
second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain?
Collapse.
Tony and I. Okay, H2, regular Board of Education meeting on August 12th.
Move approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Abstain? All right, H3, special Board of Education meeting for August 20th.
Move approval.
Second.
That's Ron Bennett.
Yes, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
I have to abstain. Special meeting of August 26th.
Do you want to make a note that just on H4 it says?
It says regular, but it should be special. Yes.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right. We'll move on to the report of the superintendent.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to welcome both of our student board reps, and we had an opportunity to meet with Emily in my office. Was that this week? It was this week. Seems like just yesterday, because it almost was. We asked Emily, and also passed this along to Michael, that we'd like them to fully participate at the table. So I'm going to ask our board members and our staff to look for our student reps also, and if they'd like to interject, to just pull the mic forward, turn it on, ask questions, participate, add your insights and comments. That's why you're here. And I think we have 2 just amazing student reps to start the year, and they're very capable of contributing at a high level. So thank you both for being here. Our CASP results, sometimes known as SBAC results, for the district and site scores were released today. That happened at about 11 o'clock. At about noon, we sent out a release to all parents along with the sites where they can look up our scores. As we should expect, our district did very well, exceptionally well. We're just starting some preliminary comparisons with other districts, trying to get some context. It is a new system, but we see pretty clearly that we stack up with other peer districts, other like districts, especially in the area of mathematics, which is not a surprise to us. This is a very math and science-based community, and we expect our students to do well in those areas. I'd like to congratulate Montemalaga Elementary School for their selection as a National Blue Ribbon School. It's quite an honor for our district, and you'll see an item on that later in the agenda today. That one I'm going to hold on. Would like to just report that negotiations are going well. We're making great progress, and we have more sessions scheduled for later this month. But I think the tone that we set last year has carried forward, and our two teams are working really well together. CSEA is set to open up here very soon, too. I had a chance to meet with the PVE Police Chief, Jeff Kepley, about safety plans for our schools. They led 2 exercises on the campus of PVHS to do what they're calling catastrophic event. And old terms would have been called active shooter, which is more likely than not the catastrophic event that people are preparing for. We've been talking about this with the police department for the last year plus, so we're excited to actually start to get that into motion. We want to scale those exercises up, so in time we want to add layers to a point where we'll have the students on campus to a full exercise, which would end with an actual crime scene investigation, which is helpful for the police department as well. Really give it a different feel, help prepare just in the event that we would have a horrible event, but it's better to be prepared and work with our police department. I was also encouraged, even just today, I was visiting sites and stopped at Ridgecrest, and Lomita Sheriff's Department were there, and they were talking with our new principal about safety plans, staging areas, first response, all those types of things. So we're really having some nice outreach efforts with our police departments. Next, we've received some questions about our Ladera Linda property. And interesting enough, the questions arose through social media, but this time it wasn't through kids, it was through adults. So I asked Lydia just to put up a couple quick pictures. There's no action to be taken. Just a quick clarification because it had received some attention. So I'm going to turn over to Lydia at this point.
Yeah, in the blog that was posted, they basically were wondering what all this electrical work was, and were making the assumption that this electrical work was leading to support and supply power to the sprinkler system at the Ladera Linda Fields, which could possibly lead to stadium lights, and that there are other grading projects going on, and where the authority come from and everything. So on my way in this morning, I took the long way in, the scenic route, and I drove up there. And basically, all they're doing is replacing old electrical poles, the same thing that we're seeing done around the entire hill. And so just a couple pictures of the electrical poles. Then I went up to the soccer fields, and this is Upper Ladera Linda, and the only thing I can figure that could be mistaken for some type of grading is, I know the picture's a bit dark, but right here is a pile of dirt. And about 6 or 8 months ago, we actually had 8 to 10 loads of truckloads of dirt dropped here at the Ladera Linda area, as well as 8 to 10 truckloads of dirt dropped at the maintenance yard. We usually purchase clean dirt because we needed to fill holes throughout the district. So we suspect this must be the grading that they're referring to, but there is no grading going on. And then this is the other fields, and there was issue with too much water being used up there, and you can see it's green, but there's also gold patches in there too. And then this is the other area that they use for parking, and again, green with some patches of gold. So the one thing that's very important to note, though, is that in the first spreadsheet that we received from the water company, where they've now grouped all of our sites together so we can benefit from the overages and under usage together, these properties alone, even though they're completely paid for by AYSO, they generated quite a bit of savings, which benefits the entire district. So just wanted to let you know that we went and we checked it out, and There's nothing going on there other than electrical pole work.
Lydia, is the new pole one of those plastic ones that they're putting up now, or is it
You know
a?
what, I didn't touch it, but it looked like just another wooden one to me.
Okay.
But I didn't touch it.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no more questions, I'd like to transition over to an agendized item under my report for the outside food vendors. And again, this will be led by Lydia. And I don't know
So
if we have
before we're going to
speakers
start, we'll have
before
a
or
couple
after.
of public comments so they can be
Sure.
incorporated. Their comments can be incorporated in the presentation to the extent possible.
Certainly.
And I'll ask Patrick to come up and join me as well.
So they're going to do public.
Okay,
comment.
so we'll do public comments first. Josephine Balano, or Balzano, sorry.
Good evening, Board. I'm a parent at PVIS. I've been a parent in the school district for about 7 years now. What has happened fairly quickly is that the outside vendors that used to be able to deliver lunch at PVIS are no longer able to deliver. We were notified by the restaurants over the past 48 hours. I have no problem not ordering from outside vendors, but the reason why I don't, as a mom, is because the options of food in the cafeteria are not fresh and they're not healthy. The second issue with the cafeteria is that if you get to the cafeteria late, there isn't enough food in the middle school. At elementary school, we're very used to the head count, so the cafeteria always knows how many kids are ordering, and the kids have a menu of what can be selected. So those were my questions and comments.
Thanks. Hopefully we'll be able to address both of them. Joan Davidson.
I unfortunately missed the last meeting where there was a 45-minute discussion on this, I was told. As a teacher, I can tell you the kids like to get the food from Subway or those kind of sandwich things, and the cafeteria food is the last on the list. I would strongly suggest, because I've heard this from parents, that you reconsider this or find a way to do contracting so that the boys who are the football players may want 2 sandwiches can get 2 sandwiches because big guys will eat 2 sandwiches. And we just heard from a parent who said there isn't enough food. So you need to figure out a way to make sure that the contractors who you choose do have enough food for these kids to feed them. But secondly, we have very smart kids. They're already figuring out their way around this. So I would find it a very not a good use of Lydia Cano's time to take her car and go track down what vendors are there or not. I think we have a lot more important issues to worry about at this school district than food vendors. But that's my opinion, and I think that it would be not money well spent if someone is making $200,000 to go track down food vendors. I think you need to get good food for the kids at the schools that are healthy sandwich choices like Kelly's Corner, who are great turkey sandwiches, or Subway, or something desirable. But I understand totally, because I taught at South High for 15 years, and I get it. And these parents are right. Thanks.
You probably would have benefited from the presentation. All right. Lydia and Patrick.
Good evening. The one thing that I do want to clarify is a statement that the vendors used to be able to deliver. The district has never authorized vendors to deliver. They have been delivering on their own, and there was no one stopping them until we heard about it. But they never had the authority to deliver.
And Lydia, isn't it true that the vendors that we have at these sites are contracted with the
Correct.
school district, whereas the vendors who are delivering are not contracted with the school district? Is that correct?
Correct. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later in this presentation. I'm going to let Patrick get started on it.
Well, thank you. I didn't think I'd be back this quick, but what I wanted to do is just talk briefly about what regulates the National School Lunch Program, which we have to follow. And on the first slide, you'll see some of the major things, and the one that really at the top there, Title VII, is what the USDA follows and establishes our guidelines. And as you look down, as at the last meeting, we talked about HHFKA, which I told you about, which was implemented in 2012, which reformed calories, fat, all of the things that the kids can eat and what we're allowed to serve. Last July in a meeting, I mentioned about Smart Snacks, and Smart Snacks was kicking in July 1. Smart Snacks is enforcing the competitive food rules that we have to follow. So that's part of the Healthy Hunger Kids Free Act. It was like part 2. If you look down on AB 626, in 2014, that was January of 2014, that was voted in by Governor Brown in the legislature. That actually takes Smart Snacks and makes it even more stringent for the state of California. So AB 626 has a lot to do with what we serve and what we're allowed to serve to the kids who purchase lunch. And it also includes kids who don't purchase lunch, who participate in other activities on campus during the school day.
Including vending machines.
Sorry?
Including what we can put in vending machines.
Including what we could put in vending machines, what I can sell a la carte, and anything else that competes with the regular lunch program where the kids are eating. SB 12 and SB 965. SB 965 regulated electrolytes and sugars and drinks. That's 2007. SB 12 also regulated sugars in all kinds of foods, so it reduced the amount of sugars. It's important to understand that these are the rules that we have to follow when every day we sell lunches to kids. There are also multiple ed codes that we follow, and also health and safety codes.
Before you leave this slide, being one of the attorneys, one of the 2 attorneys on the board, it would be very helpful to me if I could see copies of that legislation. We don't have the Code of Federal Regulations up in the superintendent's office. The ed code is 2 years out of date. And we're talking about laws that are affecting our kids, and yet as a board, we haven't actually seen the laws. You've talked about them. Lydia's talked about them. Larry's familiar with them because he's in the food business, but I'm not. And so for me, my comfort level is I need to see it.
Okay.
Barbara, I'll be happy to get you
Okay,
copies.
that would be very helpful.
We didn't list all the ed codes. They are actually within the individual board policies because there are many of them.
Well, I pulled one of them,
Okay.
and again,
But that's old.
it's 2 years out of date, but it looks like it's okay, you know.
If
But,
it's printed, it's old.
so, no, if it's printed, it can still be good. But it's
What's,
not here. So anyway, but you've got things that go far beyond anything we would have here on site. And because there is some question in the community, my comfort level is I need to see it, I need to feel it, and I need to read it myself.
so
I'll
I
get
would
those
caution
for
you
you.
about one thing, however. The Reading the Healthy Hunger Kids Free Kids Act, for example, is a 100-page document, and in the abstract, it doesn't help you very much. The hundreds of pages of regulations which implement the act is what is really going to give you the meat and bones to it. And so I'd be happy also to send you copies of a couple websites you can go to that basically give you a synopsis of what the law is, allow you to drill down to read the actual code of regulations, and will give you
That's
legal
Okay.
opinions, which will help
Anything I can get, because at this point I haven't gotten anything, so thank you.
So on the next slide, as you can see, what we've done is after all of the laws and the assembly bills and the Title VII, what we've done is we have board policy and administrative regulations running from what's govern us as an entity inside the school district for what we can serve and what we're required to follow. And as you can see by the slide, there are many different parts of it that cover all of our policies and procedures, ending with student wellness, which is a board policy. As far as the National School Lunch Program goes, competitive food sales are regulated by the USDA, like I said in the previous slide. So they regulate what can be sold to students during the school day. So what they ask us to do is anything that's sold has to be compliant, has to meet the certain fat requirements, sodium, different parameters, calories, all of those things that are required for students under this law. So competitive foods, anything that competes with the regular lunch. So if we have regular students who are eating lunch and we sell anything against that, that's considered a competitive food. So all of our vending machines have to be in compliance, all of our à la carte foods have to be in compliance. So we're actually competing against ourselves. And the only way the competitive foods can be sold only half an hour after school starts, so anything outside of what we sell as a food service establishment or as a department, and up to 11:55 that evening. So those are the parameters that we kind of have to follow on the competitive food side. A school district that's found out of compliance can be fined. When they come, as I told you in my last presentation, they'll be coming and doing an audit. They have a right to ask questions about what ASB is purchasing. They have a right to ask me what I'm purchasing, down to if they find a lot of errors, they could actually trigger a financial audit, which means I have to turn over a lot more information than a normal audit. So it's important to understand that they do have a right to ask for all of the documents and what we're doing. So it's important that we don't, it's just something that we really have to be careful with as far as that goes.
So to clarify a little bit, competitive food is sold on our campus by a vendor approved by us.
Right, it could be that, termed as that, yes.
Okay. Obviously, we do not have the authority to regulate what a child brings to school in their lunch bag.
Right, we have no say-so over that.
Okay, and so the vendors that are showing up on curbside that are basically the equivalent of a child bringing their lunch bag to school, in the sense that they're unregulated by us.
Right.
The content of what they have is not subject to any of the acts or provisions that we have to follow in providing a school lunch.
Yes.
The difference, though, is that a child bringing their lunch from home is prepared at home, and it's the parent's responsibility to be accountable for the meal that they provide for the child. And with the outside vendors, we don't have that accountability.
Well, the parents argue that by them having the vendor, having them order something from the vendor, that they're making that choice for the student. And certainly if the vendor delivered the product to their home, the child brought it in the styrofoam container, they might get a lecture from their sustainability teacher about the styrofoam container, but that's obviously fine. The issue here is that we have vendors that are showing up at our sites at lunchtime. Okay.
Okay, and just the last bullet I didn't hear Tony mention, Patrick mentioned, it was not only do we risk losing eligibility of National School Lunch Program, but it also affects our funding for Title I, Title II, Title III, the LCAP supplemental grant funding. There are other areas at the high school level, let's see, that have to do with AP testing and PSATs and SATs and so on. So it's a domino effect. And tonight, you happen to have on tonight's agenda 2 items. N1 is the public hearing, which we're required to do prior to adding any new vendors. And so N1 is the public hearing that will be open and closed for the branded food vendors. And then N2 is an agreement for branded food vendors where we are adding 3 additional vendors. Pickup Sticks, Fresh,
And easy.
and PV Catering. And so there is a way for outside vendors to go through the process. They have to be able to meet the same state requirements that anybody else does, and we would be happy to add them. It is just getting them to meet the standards, and then we can add them anytime during the year. So there's 2 different vendors that Patrick has spoken to, and he has sent them all the information.
So the crux of the matter is providing meals that meet the requirements. There's a challenge with the Healthy Hunter Foods Act of providing meals that kids want to eat, because that was the challenge. They're reducing sodium, reducing fat. Kids are saying it's reducing flavor. It's a challenge. It challenges what you do in your scratch cooking.
Right.
So it's a challenge to provide the meals that are compliant. Any vendor that we hire has to provide compliant meals. And the crux of the matter here is that we have vendors that aren't providing, they're not our vendors. They're showing up on our doorstep and not providing compliant meals, and they're unregulated in every way, which if they came from the house in a bag, it's perfectly acceptable. Maybe, Lydia, you can talk a little bit about some of the concerns we have at the school sites at lunchtime.
We're going to get there.
Okay.
Okay, so one of our speakers described the reason their student wanted to get food from off campus is because what is being sold was, quote, unhealthy. Correct?
Unhealthy
So would
and
that
not
be
Untasty.
untasting?
Well, she has said unhealthy, but
She
I think
said-
she meant
I-
untasty.
I keyed on the word unhealthy. So it sounds like that's 180 degrees from what we're facing, correct?
Right.
All right, so if someone were involved in a school district, say, in the last century, would we still be, would a teacher back in those days face the sorts of regulations we now face?
I don't believe so. I think, as I said in my last presentation, the regulations have become so stringent and so difficult to follow and to meet what the students want. And as I mentioned, they wanted chicken maison and they wanted other items that I had said I wish I could serve to them. But this is the most stringent these policies have been, and you can Google it, you can see it, and it's just all over the, it's all over the country. It's not just here.
Right. An email the board received today, the writer described the food that he was having sent by a restaurant was so much better than, I believe he referred to the junk being sold in our vending machines. Last time I looked at some vending machines, like at our high schools, could you kind of describe what I saw, Patrick? Did I see, any sports drinks? Did I see colas? What?
There shouldn't be anything that the kids can have access to. I talk to the vending company constantly because they need to be in compliance or they're in jeopardy of our contract. They know that. They know the regulations. So they have different people who restock the machine, so it could be an issue of them having something and stocking it. It doesn't make it right, but that's what they do. And we're constantly watching it. And I know at Penn, I know at PV High, it is an issue. So I've had a meeting with the people at First Class Vending who have our contract. I've asked them for updated nutritionals. I've asked them to be in compliance. If they're not, then we need to look at our contracts.
Okay.
Because we're not supporting that. I'm not saying one side this and the other side this. They have to be in compliance.
I have another question. In one of the comments that we also got on the board, the commenter wrote about bake sales and the fact that school has bake sales and have unregulated things. Could you maybe comment about the ability of a school to actually do that or not do that?
There are, in the Ed Code, there is a rule that allows a district to let a school do 3 fundraisers a year. And that's where that could come into play, and they're allowed to do that. What the new rules say is if they're going to do a bake sale, they would like to run what they're selling through the food services department so we can make sure that it's compliant, because that's what they're trying to stress. If it's a muffin, they want it to be made with whole wheat flour. If it's a croissant, I buy croissants now. They're not made, they're made with whole wheat, 100% whole wheat flour. Luckily, they were able to formulate a white flour. Otherwise, a whole grain flour in a croissant, they're like lead. We can't sell them. So the manufacturers have been able to help us and come across that. So you are allowed to have fundraisers 3 a year based on what
Even the meals there are supposed to comply with the regulations.
Right.
Yeah, but you have to remember also that 30 minutes after school, someone could have a bake sale also. Because the competitive foods is during the school days. So 30 minutes after school until up to 11:55 p.m. If there was some type of a fundraiser or something like that, I'll call it in the evening, that would not be in competition with,
It sounds backwards to me, but maybe I'm wrong.
Right, that was under the new rules that they signed. That made the excuse me, I'm sorry, it made the serving day structured that way. It used to be a half an hour before school started and a half an hour after school ended. That was what competitive foods fell into place.
I have several comments, but I'm getting nervous that it says slide 10 of 28 and that we spent 45 minutes on this last meeting. so-
actually, it's not
Okay.
28 slides just on vendors. I have several things, and
Okay.
I just put them all
So
on
I've
one
been waiting until we get to
PowerPoint.
the, how many
Yeah,
more?
so let me run through it. So you know, I heard about what was going on, so I decided to go take a look for myself, and I do have many important things to do, but food services is under my area of supervision, and going out and checking on vendors and making sure that our cafeterias actually are serving good, fresh food is not a waste of my time. When I was at PVIS, they happened to be serving pizza from Domino's with a vegetable option. In addition to that, they had crispy chicken sandwiches, grilled cheese, bean and cheese burritos, turkey corn dogs, also with a vegetable. Then they got to come over to this salad bar. Everything was crisp, fresh, cold. It looked great. If they didn't want anything in the cafeteria, they can go out to the snack lines. Now, the sun was shining in, so I couldn't get real good pictures, but we have the chips. They are the baked. But we have chips. There are cookies. There's cup of noodles there. They had some French fries there. And for dessert, they can even choose an ice cream. This is what I saw outside, and this is very, very unnerving. A van pulled up with someone outside with crates full of bags, full of food, full of drinks, unsupervised students walking up saying, "My name is," a bag handed to them. In the one picture with the girl in the pink blouse, she's actually exchanging money there. This is not a good, safe practice for us to have at our schools. So my concern is the district liability. My first concern is our students' safety. So we have students picking up food unsupervised. We don't have an open campus at the intermediate schools. We do at the high schools for seniors only. Food safety is another concern. The district is not in the care, custody, and control of the food. We don't know what is being delivered to them. Even though we have agreements with outside vendors, the food that they bring in has to meet the state requirements. We are in control of those food items. And if we find that they're changing what they said they would serve in any way, we can stop it immediately. And then campus safety. Vendors are transacting business on our facilities. We have no agreement. There is no transfer of liability. There is no insurance, no fingerprinting. There's just no way to limit the liability to the district except to restrict the access to the district facilities. And so we felt that this was very important. I feel that the district is at risk. And so we wanted to bring it to your attention. And we have stopped the outside vendors. We have invited them to join us and become an approved vendor. However, at this point, it's at the two schools, PVIS and PV High School. We have told them that they could not come back.
Can you leave that slide up?
Sure.
That was just there. So I think I'm the one that kind of flagged this maybe a year ago, and my family has benefited from the outside vendors tremendously. So I want to kind of walk through these. I'm sure if my wife was in town, she would have spoken with Ms. Balzano earlier and actually been advocating for why this is ridiculous. So I want to kind of walk through these a little bit. The food, I think, is a non-issue. Right? We've been very clear over the past few years that there's regulations that are beyond us. We do the best we can to provide the best food, the best tasting food we can internally, and the vendors that we have officially sanctioned, or partners are held to that. So that's kind of a non-issue, right? The only reason that's a variable is because we're just doing the best we can, and students would like to get other food as well, which I think is an age-old adage, and I hope I never see pictures of cafeteria food again while I'm on the board. So that's kind of a non-issue, right? Where I think the real issue for the board, for the district, is about the student safety. So if I were to send my babysitter down to the school and say, can you drop off lunch for my daughter because I forgot it, or I didn't make it, or it's the wrong one, that's where I think some parents and some of the correspondence we're getting is, hey, what's the difference if I buy the food through a vendor and they drop it off? They're just dropping it off instead of my babysitter. And I do think there's a difference, but I think that's something we probably need to think about, meaning when someone shows up to drop something off at school, we need to know who's on that campus. But we also know in other cases there are people dropping off things that aren't family members for students. So there is kind of something there I think we at least need to address at some time in the near future. I think our timing has probably not been the best. It would have probably been helpful if we had kind of figured this out maybe before the school started. So to at least acknowledge that, I mean, I think that's fair. We need to know who's coming onto campus and interacting with our students at all times. For me, that's kind of the litmus test. The bottom line is, hey, if you're coming on, what I would like to see happen, and I think we're doing it, but I think there's a lot of angst because of the tension that's created when all of a sudden I no longer can rely on my 14-year-old to order food. And by the way, I do think when you're purchasing food off campus on a credit card, that transaction maybe isn't necessarily happening on campus. It's a whole nother technicality, but I'll just lay it out there. I would just want us to see, I would like us to continue the dialogue. It sounds like we are getting approved vendors. Once we get through this angst, I would love to see every vendor that's ever come on our campus, if they can comply to the regulation, that they can still come on our campuses in the future. But I think some of the stress that's happening, the frustration from the parent side, it's not fun. I know you guys have all been through this. Linda and I are still there, but having a 14-year-old and 13-year-old and
Yeah, but our kids
didn't have
didn't
this
have
option.
the option
Yes,
to order.
you would have
It was
liked it if you
very
had
simple.
No,
So-
my kids were perfectly fine with what was served at Miracat, Miralest,
Yes.
and Penn High with 3,600 of their closest friends.
Sure.
They made do.
Yes.
They didn't require Bon Vivant Restaurant to deliver to the school.
And one of the few times I'll disagree with you, Malcolm, I'm sure if they had access to it and they could, they would have. If they could go on their smartphone and they could order food to be delivered,
That's a philosophical.
that may be.
If you want to start going backwards,
Sure. So
play that game all night.
I would just encourage us to continue doing what it sounds like we've been doing, more dialogue, figuring out how we can do it. I don't think it's a huge number. I actually do think there is some legitimacy to the fact that we shouldn't be taking more time on this. We should be trying to do less time on it. It's very important. It shouldn't be neglected, but I would just love to see that dialogue happening. And I would love to, when I'm out in the community, hear from folks say, oh, I had a great conversation. It went well. Now I know what we need to do in order to do it. And if not, I recognize we can't. But I think it's communication again.
Let me ask a question, if it's okay,
Okay.
and then you can comment. Sure. If my daughter's left her homework at home, and we have to bring the homework to school, the process going to an elementary school, or an intermediate school, or a high school is go to the office first and check in.
Correct.
And then we know you're on campus, we know you're going, and so on. The biggest issue with all this is that no one is checking in, and there's no accountability for anybody that's showing up on the doorstep. I'm not advocating that we come into a system where we approve 3 vendors that they have access to our campus because we pre-approve that we know they're coming. Their food still has to meet our requirements for us to do business with them. So I don't want to get that taken the wrong way, but I'm just trying to distinguish between someone who's showing up that we don't know versus someone, even a babysitter, who's bringing something that's following a procedure. There's a whole nother discussion about our campuses and the safety of our campuses and the fact we have open, unfenced campuses. But anyway, so Malcolm.
Can I make a quick suggestion? And I'm a parent of kids who bring the same exact lunch to school since kindergarten for 13 years. It's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, some fruit, and a granola bar. That's what they eat every day. Maybe that's weird. I don't know, but it's cheap and it works. And that is if parents feel so strongly about that, maybe a suggestion for now would be they rotate doing that themselves, and that Mrs. Colados is in charge of Mondays, and she orders the food, and she goes and picks it up for her daughter and her daughter's 8 friends. Just as a workaround for now, if it's really important for the kids' success in life to have this food, maybe that's a workaround for now until these agreements can get in place and things can get done, because that way it's at least safe, because we know that poor Mrs. Colados is delivering food. So I'm just thinking maybe that would help at least for now until this process goes through, but I would love to hear back eventually just what these restaurants say and if they can get it worked out.
A parent can bring their own child food.
Can you bring your child's friend food?
I'll have to look into that.
So that just might be a way to,
Getting my wife in trouble.
I just alleviate the angst about the chicken Caesar salad or whatever.
Yeah, a
Okay.
parent can bring their child anything, because when the parent drops it off in the school office, they're taking the responsibility that the food that they picked up.
So if there's like a carpool of
Right.
food or something, could.
But, I mean, if you have someone go pick up 3, 4 lunches and it sat in the car in an hour on a hot day while they were shopping, and then by the time it got to the school office,
But
it was
there-
tainted,
at least there,
could be a
thank-
problem.
Yeah.
Malcolm?
Well, good luck.
Okay, well, the question of timing, Patrick, weren't you with us, and we discussed this in length at our August meeting? I mean, it seems like it was just last month, because I
Right.
think it was just last month that we talked about this in detail,
Right.
correct?
Yes, we did.
All right. I don't know what else we can do when we have a board meeting, when we talk at something in length, and the agenda's posted, and then the minutes are posted on the next agenda. Short of having the blimp fly over the hill, I don't know what else to do, other than when school starts, this is the new rule, discussed at an open board meeting. Okay, so it's that communication piece. It's like pushing on a string sometimes. It's been a source of frustration for me for the 10 years that I've sat up here. So that's one thing. And I mean this in an educational sense. There's a question of ignorance. The emails that we received, comments that people in the community have made about what we are faced as far as state and federal regulations. Again, I don't know what else we can do. Maybe we should invite Michelle Obama herself here and tell us why this is her mission. But that's the other thing. For me, it comes down, bottom line, liability. If I can have the guy from ASCIP come back to visit us and sit here and tell us unfingerprinted, unknown people can be interacting with students on our property, giving them heaven only knows what. Maybe the parents may trust it. If the parents are going to sign off the liability, which I don't think ASCIP would allow in this case, that's where I come down to. It's liability trumps convenience for me every day of the week, because I've sat on this board long enough and I've seen where we've had liability issues go sideways on us and the amount of money that it's cost.
And Malcolm, I actually did call ASCIP this morning. Patrick and I were working on this, and asked them if there was anything that I was missing. Am I overlooking something? Is there something that I'm not aware of? And I actually didn't write everything down that they said, but they basically said if the students leave the interior of the campus, they are leaving the campus. So unless we have an open campus, they should not be doing that.
Barbara, did you have anything you wanted to add? Okay. Is there anything else you guys wanted to add?
That's it.
All right. I promised to make this quick, and of course I lied. Sorry. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. I think I did something wrong in the agenda when I was looking at it. We really normally have the student board members before the regular board members in their reports. So I'm going to call on the student board members to make the reports next, please. So, Emily, you feeling like going first? Or you want to go second and watch? It's entirely up to you. Don says you can do it, so we'll go with that. But put your mic on, so. Welcome.
Thank you, fellow board members and district personnel. After completing our first week at Palos Verdes High School, students are definitely back and ready to get involved in athletics, extracurriculars, and of course academics. In order to welcome our new Sea Kings, Link leaders were assigned to our freshman class, and they helped with orientation and making an overall transition into high school life. For those who don't know, Link Crew is a nationally recognized program intended to bridge the gap between the 9th graders and our student body as a whole. The majority of our freshman class participated even though this day was optional, and they enjoyed activities, tours, advice, and a barbecue lunch in Sea King Park. In addition, PV High held a coronation day dedicated to giving the freshmen detailed information about how to be successful in high school. Tyler Durman, a nationally recognized motivational speaker, advocated for personal success through making good choices, which included discussing difficult topics such as drugs and alcohol. But by Friday, all the Sea Kings were united as a whole for a pep rally. Grade level assemblies held throughout the week discussed expectations for the year to come. One notable change this year is the revamp of the capstone curriculum and its requirements, as it is now an optional 7th period class where students will earn their credit. This new curriculum is hopefully paving the way for AP Research and AP Seminar classes at PV, and these are anticipated to launch in fall 2016 or perhaps this coming spring. In addition, our Triton yearbook was invited this past week to visit Minneapolis for an extreme yearbook workshop with only 12 other schools in the nation, and they're developing design under the critical eye of well-known journalists. And lastly, PVASB is excited to announce that this year's homecoming will, for the first time ever, be centered on philanthropy. In other words, all proceeds generated will assist a deserving charity yet to be disclosed. And once again, PV High has begun the year in full force, and Sea Kings are excited for the year to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the school year is up and going, and whereas most people are usually kind of sad that summer's coming to an end, I know, being a senior in my senior class, we're really excited for the future and just being seniors finally at the top. So we started with registration, and that's always fun because you got to see your friends that you haven't seen all summer and kind of catch up. And what I noticed about this registration was it was really smooth, and there weren't that many lines, whereas usually there are. We had like NHS and other leadership organizations help out, so everything worked really smoothly. And then we had our freshman and transfer student orientation with Link Crew as well. And I was actually on campus passing out textbooks for NHS, and I saw the freshmen walking around with their little costumes on because they all get put into groups and then they wear costumes. And they looked like they were having a lot of fun. It made them feel really comfortable, have a buddy, an upperclassman that they can talk to, ask questions, and just feel comfortable on campus. And then at the end of the school week, we had a spirit day, a Panther Spirit Day, and one of our students, Alexa Cha, entered us into a competition to be one of America's most spirited schools. And so what we did was she had a drone actually that she brought to school to videotape us like cheering from the top. And then at lunch we were just cheering, and our zookeepers were leading us in that, and it was a lot of fun. And then at the game, she continued filming, and then also into the dance that night. Now kind of backtracking, we also had our first home game. So the first week kind of ended with a bang because it was something to look forward to all week. It was really fun. And then we had our first back-to-school dance, which is something I always look forward to, and I think most of the student body looks forward to because it always sells out. We have, on the 25th of September, we have our Capital Comes to Campus at the Palos Verdes Golf Course, which is basically one of our PTSA's initiative is to increase student engagement because that's kind of something that isn't completely in the curriculum as of now. I think it is going to be revised soon. I think the state board is working on that. But that's basically to increase civic engagement in students and bringing the capital to us because not every student can actually go up to Sacramento. And it's the first time we've done this, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to be going. My little sister's going too, and I think it's just going to be a great experience. So as of now, everyone's just kind of really excited, figuring out classes, moving around, making schedule changes. But everyone's looking forward to this school year, and I know my last school year. I'm really excited, and I'm excited for the future to see where I end up, and I'm sure Emily is too.
Thank you. The drone comment's kind of interesting because there's pending legislation in the Capitol to prohibit drones over school sites. There's two different bills. One is over prisons, which makes some sense. The other one over schools. Maybe that's a metaphor, I'm not sure. All right. Thank you both for your reports. Okay, board members. Barbara, you want to?
I don't have anything to report at this time.
And nothing on any of the...
No, Nothing at this time.
Okay. Malcolm, Technology Committee, or yourself personally?
Technology Committee, we're trying to get a meeting of the committee scheduled sometime in October, so we'll know more about that. My own personal, I went to a session during the, that was August the 26th, when the faculty came back, and I went to a session at PV Intermediate School, led by one of our new lawyers, on everything having to do with technology and student privacy. It was very enlightening, and about halfway through it, I recalled that I had seen that presentation about 2 or 3 years ago at a CSBA presented by the same lawyer. So it's nice that she is now pretty much our lead, isn't she, Don, on those issues? So there you go.
Tony?
There's nothing new for the School Facilities Board Subcommittee, except for the fact that a lot of things we talked about last meeting are now on this agenda we'll be talking about tonight, and personally.
Linda?
Yeah, Barbara and I attended one of this exact same presentations, and I got to sit next to a lawyer, so that was really exciting. It was really educational for me to hear, yeah, Barbara, because there's so much going on in that field, and it's changing so quickly, and we really need to keep up on it as a board. The one quick thing I had is just I've heard from a lot of parents, Don mentioned the police departments working more with the schools. I've heard a lot of parents comment this past week that the communication with the cities could maybe be a little better in terms of all the construction going on and parents trying to get their kids to school in the morning. I know Penn has had some issues with that. PVIS, PV High, Lunada Bay, Monte Malaga. I think I've heard from, I don't think every school parents, but just most. And again, just a communication, just to let you know, leave extra time. So maybe that's something we can do, or they can do a better job of just making everyone a little bit less stressed out at 7:48 a.m.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll move on.
You know, one year talking about communication and construction, I was driving to the Miralest Intermediate School graduation, and that was the day that the city of RPV decided to start doing construction on PV Drive East. Needless to say, I never made it to the graduation. You know, it was just, that was the day they started, so communication is critical.
I think I was going to the same graduation with you, and I only got there 2 minutes before it started. Okay, so we'll move on to public comment on non-agenda items. Mr. Grillman.
Good evening. My name is Hans Grellman, and I would like to make a brief statement on behalf of Occupy Palos Verdes. Because this board has not responded to our emailed and verbal proposal for a true free speech area at PV High School, and because of other considerations we have become aware of that I do not wish to get into tonight, we hereby withdraw our request. We are very sad that a decade-long tradition of free speech in Palos Verdes is coming to an end. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy Valeri.
Hi, good evening and welcome back. I live in Ladera, Linda, and as was mentioned earlier, Edison was doing some major work up in the upper fields, and all of a sudden, the Ladera Linda and the Seaview community emails and message boards lit up, and everybody sort of went ballistic, mainly and primarily with concerns and fears that the district was going to have some secret plan to install lights at these fields bypassing any sort of public review. And I want to make it clear that I was not the source or instigator of any of these messages. But I did step up and tried to become a conduit of communication and attempted to relay and obtain facts that I could relay to the homeowners. But I think the real question that this district needs to look at themselves and understand why it is that these communities would respond and react the way they did. Why did they have this trigger reaction? And I think you need to look at the history between yourself and these communities. you have to consider MIS and the fact that you've had 4 principals in 4 years. You have a history there of atrocious maintenance, disgusting bathrooms and locker rooms that aren't maintained and upgraded and taken care of. By the time any principal figures out what needs to get done, he's gone and can't put in a work order to get them fixed. And the fact that we had the process improvement there because you artificially labeled MIS as the only school that receives Title I money, so we got stuck with that problem when other schools with similar, with similar performance didn't. And then you also have to look at Mira Catalina, where we had 3 or 4 principals in just 1 year. And we also had IEPs that weren't met for our 4th or 5th graders for an entire year. And we also had you basically force parents and the PTA to fund our own playground equipment when you funded it for all the other schools. People don't forget this kind of treatment. And then we also have to have had disrespect in our own backyards. When you take a look at problems that have been previously reported at the Ladera Linda Fields, problems that include bad traffic jams, speeding, trash on the fields, alcohol use, public urination, and graffiti, and the district really hasn't responded appropriately to these problems. So it really isn't surprising that these neighborhoods have reacted as they have. And so I know that you have made it somewhere in your list of your goals to improve community relations. So I ask you, what are you going to do? It's not just something you put on a label. You have a repair work to do here. You have to improve how you react and respond to these communities.
Thank you. Joan, you had an item that you wrote for non-agenda, but it's on costs, which we have budget item, if that's all right to put it with the... Okay, so I may cut you off if you start getting into agendized items, so please.
It's about costs that are real, literal costs, and costs to our kids. In 2013, Tom Torkelson, the State Superintendent of Education for California, stated that the STAR test reflected a marked improvement over a decade ago when only about 1/3 of the students were scoring advanced and proficient in tests. Today, we get back the SBAC tests. They were promised in 2 weeks. That's why they were computerized. Well, it's taken months to get them. What's weird about the way they're reporting Palos Verdes, which I looked at obviously, is that they're stating the number of students enrolled in 11th grade in Palos Verdes is 795. But the way I do math, and I don't do Common Core math, I get 1,100, which would have been the amount that would have took the KC exam. And by the way, I'm proud to say our 10th graders passed. They didn't need to wait till 12th. And that the STAR test also said the same amount if you go back 2 years ago. So what's going on with the 795, and why does it say that that represents 90% of the students tested? I don't understand, and I hope you will explain this to the community when you start peeling the onion back on what these mean. I did note that La Cañada got 20 points higher than Palos Verdes on their tests. What's wrong with SBAC? It's an individual assessment test. Everyone in this room could be sitting down at a computer and every one of you would be taking a different test. Every student got a different test across the state of California. It's not what you think of as a standardized test. Governor Brown refused to fund STAR tests, unlike Massachusetts and New York, which have dual tests. They have a proficiency test, and they have the Regents exam in New York and the MCAS in Massachusetts. We have one test that's an individual assessment. Scientifically, you can't compare 2 people in this room who took 2 different tests, 2 school districts, or 2 different schools on this campus, in this community. You can't. It's not possible. That's why the state has frozen the academic performance index for 3 years. They're trying to reinvent what is an academic performance index. How is that going to hurt the PV kids? Instead of discussing food vendors for 45 minutes, I really wish you would have done 2, because those are the costs to kids. What are the enormous literal costs to the state of California? $100 million for Smarter Balanced tests and $500 million to educational testing service to score them. That doesn't even touch the data warehouse that they have as well. It doesn't also touch the fact that Smarter Balance is tracking our kids' media, which has been documented in New Jersey and in Connecticut by state superintendents. So, last but not least, last week, Arnie Duncan, our president of whatever it is, U.S. Department of Education, signed into law that there will no longer be accommodations or modifications for special ed children or special needs children when they take these tests. Is this going to affect our special needs kids in this district? I'm asking you, please, to look into it quick. And is the state law preempting the federal law? Because this is all over the internet. Special ed kids will not get accommodations on these tests. We really need to find out. That's huge. Thank you.
As a reminder, we can't respond, although you'll want to come to our next meeting because we'll be starting to peel the onion back. Joanna's working on that. All right, thank you. All right, so we're now on to Proposition 39, Special Reports.
I'd like to ask Louis to join me, and with us tonight we have the Wilden team, and we have Dominic with us, and Jonathan, right? So we know that back in October of 2014, we entered into an agreement with Wilden to begin to do the survey for our energy needs in order to determine what areas we can apply for funding to receive the Prop 39 dollars. And so they're back now to report to you what they found and talk about what our next steps are. So I will turn it over to you. And
Just before you start, could you, we had this conversation almost a year ago. You know, believe it or not, it hasn't been the most important thing on my mind for the last year. So if you could just, I want to hear what you have to say about the survey, but just briefly explain what Prop 39 was and why we're even entering into.
Of course.
Looking into all this, just so refresh everyone's mind, because it's been a real long time.
Sure, of course. And again, thank you for having us here. So to give you a little bit of background on Prop 39, Prop 39 is officially known as the Clean Energy Jobs Act, and it was a piece of legislation voted on in 2012 by the citizens of California. And it was, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay.
This is the age-old question, how many assistant soups does it take to... You're next.
There we go. So it was actually a piece of legislation that closed a tax loophole that was supposed to generate an additional $1 billion annually in state revenue from corporations that operated in multiple states, and so it was supposed to generate a lot of tax revenue. And about half of that $1 billion a year was supposed to go to California public schools, specifically for energy efficiency projects. It was also supposed to stimulate job creation, and so had numerous benefits that were planned. And the funds were designed to be allocated to each district, so there was an allotment for each district regardless of size, but the allotment was based on average daily attendance, and then there was also a component based on the number of students that were enrolled in the free and reduced meal plan program. So it was a little bit of a compromise.
Yeah, like that makes sense. They free and reduced rate kids need more energy efficient projects.
I would rather not comment on that, but I hear where you're coming from. So the gist of this is that it was a plan designed to promote energy efficiency with a little bit of windfall funding.
Okay.
And that's really how I would sum it up best. So our presentation tonight here is to talk about the expenditure plans that Wilden has helped put together for the district for the first 2 years of the program. It's actually a 5-year program, so this is just for the first 2 years. And my name is Dominic Cardenas. I'm Senior Program Manager with Wilden Energy Solutions. And to my right here is Jonathan Pear, who's our Senior Engineer and who's been chiefly involved in putting together these projects and identifying the best opportunities here for the district. Okay, so really what we're going to talk about are these 4 points: the approach to the projects that we've helped you select and identify, the proposed actual energy upgrades, so we'll talk about the projects, and then we'll really get into the meat and potatoes and talk about what the costs and savings are associated with these projects, and then the next steps moving forward. All right, so the overall approach that we took in selecting projects was, number one, our team sat down with Louis and his staff, and we just asked some basic questions about overall operations and maintenance, wish list items. You know, where are you finding deficiencies? Where can we help you streamline processes? You know, where would you like to upgrade? What makes sense to upgrade? What materials? What facilities? What equipment should be upgraded? So we had those preliminary meetings. We figured out, okay, these are the wish list items. These are the things that really should be addressed with this Prop 39 funding. Then we went through, we determined the cost of energy per square foot. It's a process known as benchmarking in the energy efficiency industry, and it's a simple comparison of one building against a benchmark, really. And you know, how efficient is your building compared to the standard? How does it measure up? From there, we ranked the schools and their energy efficiency relative to each other, so that we could see which ones were really the energy hogs, which ones were using the most energy, were the most costly. And based on that, then and that was based on utility bills, so that was strictly utility usage. Then we actually went on site with our engineers and we had them go room by room, identifying all of the energy using equipment across all the schools to find out where we could find the best opportunity, where we could make the best upgrades, and what would make the most sense. And then from there, we simply sat down with Louis and his staff and came up with the best opportunities, the opportunities that made the most sense based on energy efficiency and operation and maintenance needs. And so we took just a very straightforward approach. So the proposed upgrades that we're talking about and this is for years 1 and 2 combined. You'll see here Palos Verdes High School, I believe you refer to it as Penn High School, Miralest Intermediate School, PV Intermediate School, and then Ridgecrest Intermediate. These are the 5 schools that we'll be addressing in the first 2 years. We'll be completing exterior lighting retrofit projects at all of those schools with interior lighting retrofits at the high schools, and then a walk-in cooler replacement at Palos Verdes High School.
Did you look at all the school sites, including sites that are not used as schools?
Yes, we did. Okay, so I'm going to have Jonathan give you a description of the measures here.
All right, the exterior lighting fixtures, which currently...
Microphone.
There we go, thank you. The exterior lighting lighting fixtures you have, and this includes pole lights, walkway lighting, lighting that's under walkways, etc. There's various different types of lights that you have. You've got compact fluorescent, metal halide, different lighting sources. So we are proposing to replace all of those with LED lamps. And there's different types and sizes of lamps that are appropriate for each fixture location. And typically that will reduce your wattage by a factor of 1/2 to 1/3 of your existing wattage. So it's a pretty significant reduction in power. And also that has a fairly good payback. Those typically we're paying back in the ranges of like 4 to 5 years, I believe. So you have gymnasiums, and there was two gymnasiums, is that correct? Yeah. 2 gymnasiums where you had high bay fixtures. CFL is compact fluorescence, MH is metal halide. Those will be replaced again also with new LED high bay fixtures.
So Mitzi, when the gym lights go out, it won't take 10 minutes for the first light to pop back on at some point.
That's right. Those are...
What a concept.
Yeah. Correct. Also LED lights, you can have control options on them, so you can have them dim down to like a low level and there's no occupancy, and immediately come on to full brightness when occupancy ascends. So they have better control options as well. The big impact project is replacing your linear fluorescent tubes with LED tubes. So this is really just using your existing fixtures and putting in LED screw-in tubes that fit in the existing sockets. So we did look at different options to replace the LED lighting, but this one has got the best best impact and the most savings with your available funding.
So the ballast, I have LED, we have these things that work in at my house. And every time I replace them, it seems like the ballast is part of the problem. Do we have any sense at all how many ballasts are factored into the cost of doing this?
Yeah, there are two ways to do it. There are lighting fixtures that bypass the ballast, and there are ones that use the existing ballast. Our recommendation right now is to use ones that use the existing ballast. We have did some spot checks of balance. We made an allowance in the pricing for replacing incompatible ballast, but we don't have an exact count of how many.
Right, but you made a guess to put in a fudge factor.
Right.
Okay.
And then the big project is the replacing your kitchen system at one of the coolers. That the very old cooler's got an old wood door, replacing at the Palos Verdes kitchen. So that is really replacing the refrigerant piping, the insulation on the piping, the compressor, the evaporator, all the components of that refrigeration system with now a new environmentally compliant refrigerant system. And that was, efficiency is probably going to be about 30 to 40% more efficient than your current system.
So we have a lot of refrigeration in our place, and if you don't have a good E values, R values, whatever the number is, to reflect how the walls and the floors and the ceilings insulate, are we comfortable that we're going to get the bang for our buck with this, with the existing insulation, or do we really need to do the insulation as well?
The full system's a rated system, the full walk-in freezer, and it's a lot better than a wooden door that we have right now, so it's rated up to Title 24 standards right now.
Okay, thanks.
The way we took this approach is this, if you look at the kitchen refrigeration replacement on its own, it's sort of like a longer payback item. The Prop 39 funds, if you remember, there's certain rules that we have to meet. You have to essentially have the savings pay for themselves over the life of the project. Mm-hmm. So the approach was to take this long payback item, bundle it with the ones that are of lower payback, such as the LED lighting, exterior lighting, and this way you can, when you bundle that together, you can get this big project that you really need done being funded essentially by the other projects. So.
When you look at the school sites, it sounds like you're going around and looking at existing lighting and you're replacing existing lighting with newer, more efficient lighting. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. Yeah.
Okay, so when you go around, you're not looking to see whether in fact there is good exterior lighting or if they need more exterior lighting, because some of our school sites are very, very dark at night. That was not where your project went.
No, we're looking strictly from an efficiency standpoint,
Okay.
and not necessarily from a lighting level standpoint.
Thank you.
There is a design process because we were doing the audits and identifying the projects and stuff. It still has to go through a contracting process for implementation. So when you go through that contracting process, there can be some, hey, we really want to boost the lighting here and go through a real detailed fixture selection process.
With these replacements like the LEDs, will we still have the same amount of lumens from
Yes.
that?
Yes. You'll never have a degradation. It's always replacement like for like in terms of lumens and foot candles.
Including in the gym?
Correct.
The gym you'll
Don't
find
want
is
dark
gonna be-
basketball.
You'll notice, I think that's going to be significantly brighter. The other thing is these have significantly longer life. The LED tubes right now have 5-year warranties. I think you can possibly get even longer warranties on them, as opposed to the existing lights. So there should be some operations benefits for Louis as well.
Yeah, a typical light fixture is about 8,000 hours, LED's 50. So the savings in labour alone of changing ballast or fluorescence out is huge, just on over 5 years on the labour side of things. So it's a good thing all round.
Okay, so some of the details we already talked about on the next slide. The LED retrofits have kind of your best what they call the SIR, savings to investment ratio, and these are calculations we have to do for each measure. You put in the costs and the savings, and there's sort of a black box calculator that the CEC makes us use for those calculations. But this maximizes your SIR values. These particular projects, LED projects we've chosen, talked about the 5-year warranty on these fixtures. All equipment that's being recommended will be certified by the DLC, Design Lighting Consortium. This is sort of the governing body that utility programs defer to if they're allowing incentives for particular lighting fixtures. This is the governing body that they defer to. Yeah. Talked about yeah. Do you want to run?
Okay. So here we're just looking at a summary table of what these projects are going to save in terms of utility costs, as well as what the projects themselves will cost, and then the associated utility rebates where applicable. So when you look at the bottom line, so to speak, and literally here, we're looking at annual energy cost savings of just over $80,000, and the projects are going to come in at $728,000 with associated utility rebates. So that's actually bringing down the project cost by just under $24,000. And then the overall savings to investment ratio comes out at a grand total of 1.86, which is actually very good. They have to, a total project would have to come in at 1.05. And a simple way of thinking of that would just be a 5% return on investment. So this is coming out at an 86% return. So it's very good. And if you look at the breakdown here, we're looking at 4 different types of projects at PV High. The walk-in cooler replacement, the LED tube relamping, high bay lighting retrofits in the gymnasium, and then exterior LED upgrades around the campus. More high bay gym retrofits at PV High, or Peninsula High, exterior LED upgrades, and then you'll see further down the list, all the remaining schools also have the exterior LED upgrades.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just on this slide, I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. So the total cost of the projects will be $700,000 or $728,400, and then if the annual energy cost savings is $80,000, am I mistaken in thinking, well, within 10 years it will pay for itself, and then anything after that is we're in the clear, or am I missing something?
No, that's correct.
So if the bulbs only have a 5-year warranty, is there actually another cost of within 5 years you're going to have to replace all the bulbs, and there's an additional amount, so maybe it's not quite as positive savings?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
And the CEC actually allows for a 15-year expected useful life for this technology. Part of the reason that the warranties aren't there is simply this product hasn't been on the market long enough to be able to prove that, but everything in the engineering shows that they should be able to last 15 years, which is why the California Energy Commission allows school districts to be able to claim 15 years worth of usage.
Can you just tell me the math of where 1.86 comes from?
I would love to be able to tell you that math, but again, that comes from the CEC sort of a black box calculator. So they have tools that we have available online. You basically put in your costs, you put in your savings. It probably does take some count of some time, use of money.
Maybe it's 15 years of energy savings, which would be 1.6 million or 1.2 million divided by 728.
Yeah, there's several factors that go in there. They actually do give you some sort of a set allowance for operational savings, which is
okay. I'm
sort
sorry.
of
I'm sorry. I asked. Sorry.
So, but
Larry was trying to show off his math.
Government. Okay.
Okay, and so the completed steps thus far are obviously the facility energy audits. We've identified the projects, we've completed all the energy savings calculations, and we've compiled and completed an energy audit report that'll be submitted to the Energy Commission for their review and approval. And we have the energy expenditure plan all completed, and it's simply awaiting approval of the board, and then we can go ahead and submit to the Energy Commission and, again, wait for their approval, and that will lead to the allocation of funds. And so, like I said, the next steps are to submit the expenditure plan, and we do that on the district's behalf. And then once the approval comes through from the Energy Commission, funding is received, and then the district is free to move forward and implement these projects.
So how much funding are we expecting? $700,000 in the first 2 years to fund them?
Yes.
Yeah, essentially,
Good.
we sort
I
of.
was hoping you were going to tell me that the funding was like 200,000 of the.
It's there. It's just
So we scoped the project to the amount of funds that were available.
Correct. We worked with your budget.
Okay.
The next steps is to submit for the apply for the funds, and based on these projects, then once we hear that we will be awarded the funds, then we'd be coming back to the board, because then we would need your approval to begin an RFP process.
The design phase and all that.
Yes.
At what point do we have to approve the EEP? Or do we? Have we? Because there's no action for this.
There's no action for tonight.
So the
when-
EEP is coming, approval's coming from the Energy Commission.
I thought,
Correct.
so the board doesn't have to?
No, the approval is from the California Energy Commission.
Okay. A much higher order than this board.
Absolutely.
Because we have local control. Okay, so this is a 2-year project as a function of what?
It's not
Money?
It's not
or-
a 2-year. It's not a 2-year project. It's 2 years worth of funding.
Funding.
Just the funding source. Is what's
But
five-
we can accomplish all these things in a fortnight.
Well, in several months, depending.
Okay.
That would be the plan.
So give me an idea of the scope, as Larry pointed out originally, when Prop 39 passed and I cut to the chase and I saw yet again, it was based on, the big bucks went to those with the biggest percentages of kids on free and reduced lunch, which, as Larry pointed out, makes total sense. Give me an idea. I mean, I'm hearing about school districts putting in banks of solar cells. All sorts of, I read a project up in Oxnard where Oxnard High School now has banks of solar cells. I'm not sure exactly how they accomplish that, but I mean, as far as Prop 39 goes and the projects you fellas are involved in, is this pretty low scale?
Are you referring to these projects as low scale, or as what you're seeing in Oxnard as low scale?
Well, as far as districts that you're involved in and the amount of projects that they're able to accomplish, can I imagine correctly that for the funds we have, this is the best we can do?
These are definitely the most appropriate projects, and the main reason that I would say that is that in energy efficiency, and with respect to the Prop 39, the whole, I guess, idea behind Prop 39 is it's following what's known as the California Loading Order, which is what we adhere to in all energy efficiency, which means that you first want to reduce your energy usage. And that can be things as simple as behavioral, as teaching people to turn off the lights, or setting their thermostat so that they turn off at night, or however you would like to think about that. Reducing your wattage in your light fixtures by completing retrofits. Anything that will reduce energy usage. Then you've got, and so those would be your low-hanging fruit items, things that are very low cost, but they'll save a decent amount of energy. And then you've got things like HVAC package unit replacement and boiler replacement and all, some more higher cost items where you're replacing equipment to make it more efficient so that you're saving costs that way. And then further down the line, then you get to your renewables, you get to solar, you get to geothermal and wind turbines and those sorts of things. So it's more that you really want to focus on energy efficiency first because you want to dial back your usage first. Otherwise, you run the risk that a lot of districts are starting to find themselves in where when their first reaction is to go solar, they do that, and then they look at energy efficiency. And by the time they've finished all their energy efficiency projects, they realize they've built projects and they've paid for more solar panels than they really needed. So they're producing 107, 110% of their actual need, and you can't sell that back at market rate. Maybe you sell that back at wholesale and you lose money on the deal. So it turns out to be a raw deal a number of times if you don't do the energy efficiency first. So it's just about prioritizing.
Well, the last couple of years that I've gone to the School Board Association conference, last year in San Francisco, year before that in San Diego, and the number of companies that have solar solutions on the exhibit floor leads one to believe somebody out there is maybe doing it a bit backwards. And it's something that I would certainly want for the school district. We don't necessarily have the most reliable power on the peninsula, and but again, it sounds like it's way out of the scope of what you guys are involved with what we have available.
It is, and there are also other funding mechanisms that you can use that might be more beneficial to the district, power purchase agreements and that sort of thing.
I can think of one company where the company comes in, they do the solar project, they own it, and then they sell the electricity back to the school district. Is that something?
It's a power purchase agreement.
Yeah.
And that is a way of accomplishing that without using capital funds. And so there are other ways to skin that cat other than Prop 39.
But does it really save? Is it cheaper than what we would buy from Edison?
To be frank, it really depends on your contract, because we have seen districts that have been able to negotiate a good rate, and in that regard, it absolutely is a good way to go. But really what we're looking at here is this is windfall funding. You know, if you want to get lighting projects, a perfect example would be the walk-in cooler replacement. You're not going to get that project done through any other financing means other than maybe taking a loan or some kind of a turnkey project.
Okay. Any other questions?
There's just a really quick question since I wasn't here last year, sorry. Sure. So the cost to us as a district is what? I'm assuming as you gentlemen aren't here because you're nice. We have to pay you for your expertise, and there's a cost for us beyond this, or so that's all done and taken care
We applied
of.
for the initial funding that the state made available so that districts could bring on
Okay, then I'm good. Okay,
consultants.
thank you.
Although we are nice, that is true.
We did get paid, thank you.
Thank you thanks for a good presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, the next topic is one near and dear to everyone's heart. Participation donations.
Oh, yes. I would like Mitzi and Charles to join me. They both worked very, very hard on this.
Good evening.
Thanks for hanging with us.
Yeah, thanks for staying so late.
There will be a
So while Charles gets his PowerPoint up, I've spent all of last year working with Charles and Mitzi. We've been meeting the first Wednesday of every month all of last year. We talked about participation donations, their ASB funds. We've restructured their ASB funds, just whatever might have been the hot topic at that time, working through it. And so in the spring, when the board began budget development, and they were fortunate enough to receive an additional $100,000 to be used in athletics and extracurricular. We also heard the board say, well, show us how you're going to use the money and how this will save parents in participation donations. So this summer we worked together, and they put together a presentation to show you how the additional $100,000 will have a positive impact on the schools this coming year. So the show's all yours.
Does that, okay. To do this. Lydia, I want to thank you for all your support. I feel like you are an expert in this area, and we both feel that we have learned so much from you. And I personally am feeling more confident with my budget, so thank you for those mini meetings. And board, thank you for the additional $100,000. I know that that was a discussion that was very well thought out by you, and you were concerned about how we were going to use that money. And I do hope that tonight we can demonstrate that we have responsibly used the money for the benefit of our students and to give the parents some relief, which I think is what we should do. So the first slide here is in regards to Peninsula High School, and there are 4 sources of funding that we have. The district, the first column is the $650,000 that we are given from the district, and I use that money now to pay for all athletic stipends, extracurricular stipends, AVID tutors, and supplies for the athletic trainers. And this is an adjustment for us because we did use the participation donation money last year to pay for the stipends, but it just feels so much better to have it in the district column paying for those personnel expenses. The participation donations are now paying for the officials and transportation like it used to be in the old days, tournament entry fees, and equipment. The next column is our supplemental funding at Peninsula High School. We have several booster clubs, the MUN, the music, drama, speech and debate, the Athletic Booster Club, and then, of course, PEF supports SMERT. So we do have that additional funding that comes in. And then there's always the team fundraising. It's selling the candy bars and no longer car washes, but it used to be car washes, and that's for the gear, the awards, the banquets, and the off-season tournaments. So this is a pie chart, and the blue is the $328,000 that we are now using to pay for all the athletic stipends. The orange is $279,000 that is now paying for all the extracurricular stipends. Then the $28,000 is going towards the AVID expenses, AVID stipends. And then we have a full-time trainer and a part-time trainer. The Athletic Booster Club pays for the full-time trainer. I am now paying for the part-time trainer out of the district funds at $13,000. So this is what we have sent out to parents with a letter telling them, thank you for your support. This past year, our families donated over $489,000, which is really phenomenal. We wouldn't have our programs if it was not for their support. And you can see in the green column, that is the new amount for donations, and the crossed out is what we were charging. And I hope you see that we have that we are not charging, that we are taking as a donation. Thank you. Recommended. Thank you. Absolutely. And so I think you can see that there is just a huge difference, and the parents are very pleased, very appreciative.
I want to say that I really appreciate Lydia Cano and Mitzi Kress. We've been meeting once a month about budgets for the past 2 years, and so it's been a really collaborative process. For Palos Verdes High School, our budget overview is divided into 4 categories. The district funding of $650,000 is spent on the athletic stipends, the extracurricular stipends, and the AVID stipends. At Palos Verdes High School, 17% of my students are in AVID programs, and so thank you for having the funds to be able to spend it on AVID stipends. Our participation donation, much like Peninsula High School, we spend it on the officials, transportation for both athletics and activities, tournament entry costs, equipment, supplies for the athletic trainer, which are mandatory safety items, our AVID tutors, and of course our off-season tournaments to get ready for the season. At Palos Verdes High School, we have a structure for 1 booster club, and under the umbrella of the 1 booster club structure, we have 3 subcommittees. They are the academics, the arts, and the athletics subcommittees, and they work together. We also receive supplemental funding from the Ed Foundation for Pivot, or Institute for Technology. And every team fundraises, and the fundraised funds go into their ASB account, and they can fundraise to get gear or additional awards and have a nice banquet at the end. This pie chart is 3 colors, 3 different areas, and the way that we have spent the $650,000 is 60% of that has gone to our athletic stipends, 34% for our extracurricular stipends, which includes programs like MUN, mock trial, robotics, FIRST Robotics, and 6% to the avid stipends. For the 60%, I want to let you know that at Palos Verdes High School, I have a lot of faculty members who are on the coaching staff as opposed to walk-on staff, and their stipends are at a higher cost. And this is what I shared at the Booster Club meeting last night, and also with my PTSA in terms of the reductions for our participation donations. We have looked at every area and have cut in every area possible and reduced the amounts to keep our programs at current levels and at high excellent levels. So this is the chart that was shared. And much like the letter that was sent at Peninsula High School, the same sort of messaging and the same sort of format and the language was used for the families at Palos Verdes High School. And this chart here is a comparison chart of our two high schools and the amount of donation that we have received. As you can see, the donations received at Peninsula and the donations received at Palos Verdes. And both Mitzi and I, we are very grateful for the families that donate to our programs. And you can see the comparison chart. At Palos Verdes High School, we included the partial donations that were also received throughout the year. So you can look at the totals on the bottom there. For Peninsula, the total is $25.23, and for Palos Verdes High School, $24.39.
So as we look at the future, these are some of the areas that we would like to continue to support, and if you were gracious enough to consider upping the participation donation, or excuse me, the amount that the district donates, these are the things that we would be very interested in, what we would use the money for. Sub-costs doesn't, there is no really funding source. I use my discretionary fund for sub-costs, and when we also have, most of our coaches are teachers, and they have to miss their 5th period class, and that really adds up through the year. The safety equipment, that is very unpredictable. Sometimes you need more equipment in a particular area, then you could go a whole year, and one of these sports doesn't need anything, but then you could be hit by $30,000 of conditioned, reconditioned helmets that you might need. So those are two areas that we are looking at closely. And then, as I had said, the trainer at Peninsula High School, the full-time trainer, is paid for by our Athletic Booster Club. And I'll hand it over to Charles because he has more expertise in this area.
And same with our trainer at Palos Verdes High School. The cost is covered by our Booster Club. And per CIF, it's mandatory in terms of our student safety at football that we have a doctor on site. So the cost for a doctor on site for every football game is added into our cost of the money that you have provided us. Also in our contact sports, there is a trainer available on site to immediately be at every game within the fields. So just wanted to let you know, this little question and answer here is actually right from the Blue Book of the CIF Blue Book there. Okay, and we know that going forward, the needs assessment, and we have talked about this, is to really develop a baseline structure, a baseline for every program, athletics and activities for each program at both high school levels. And that is the next step that we will take in our work.
And we'd like to thank you very much for increasing the funding. We really appreciate that. And we also believe very strongly that this school district has had a strong commitment to keep our extracurricular and athletic programs alive through these tough 6 years. And we do believe that that's part of developing the whole child that I think we all believe in this school district. So a heartfelt thank you.
Questions?
I just have 2 questions. The first one is, going back years ago, we made a donation to the team, and then we also made a donation towards transportation. Mm-hmm. Do parents still do that, or has that
The participation.
No, not the participation, the transportation.
Transportation, last year was paid for out of the district money. We have done a switch this year, and so the transportation is taken care of through the participation donations.
So parents will not be paying a separate check for
No,
transportation?
that was the old way, that we
was the
used
old
to
way, that's
have, this is the transportation.
This is what we remember.
Yeah, and that's why this
Dark
feels very old school.
During the time of the dinosaurs,
Plus, my son was on the golf team, and
So was mine.
I was the transportation.
Golf is a whole different story.
But now transportation is in that column of participation donation.
And then one more question. We always had doctors at those football games, and I was always under the impression that they were donating their time because they were such wonderful people. Are you telling me that they haven't been donating their time and we've been paying them to be there?
We have had Dr. Navarro, we have had Dr. Nuncio, we have had Salvino before that, and last game, Dr. O'Hara was there, and they donate their time.
Okay, thank you.
Our doctor is from BCO, and he does donate his time. The trainer cost is really the one that is more costly. for
Right.
sure.
Okay, so my impression was correct. The doctors were donating their time. Thank you.
And
Well, I'm
we
glad
ap-
to hear that.
We appreciate them.
Well, I appreciate it too, so thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank you both. There were some issues that came out of some middle school booster club requests that were not in the same line with the ways in which both of you wrote your letters and presented the participation donations. And I want to let you know that you were the two that I suggested to Lydia that I think that others should look at in terms of the balance between sharing, listen, this is not required, this is a public school, not that, all activities are for everybody, but everybody should have the opportunity, and that this is a participation donation, this is a recommended, and that frankly, we need it. And I think that's where some people might misread me is, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be asking. I think the ways in which we ask need to be done very artfully and carefully, and I think you both did a great job on that.
And I want to add, it's very confidential. There is only one person at my site that knows who is making donations, and that is one person in the student store. So nobody ever knows who has made a donation or who has not.
So on one hand, I want to thank you. I want to commend you for that because I think, frankly, our middle schools can learn a lot from it. Can you pull up the slide that has the actual folks that are participating or not? Perfect.
This one here?
Yes. So in the same breath that I'm really strict about the fact that these are participation donations and they're recommended, I think we as a district can do a better job on, frankly, making sure those that are involved in those activities recognize this. Because we are a community that can give, and we are a community that benefits greatly from those extracurricular activities, and frankly, I sound like church right now, right? You don't have to give everything, but you give what you can, and that I'm assuming no donations mean that not a single cent was given, not necessarily that they didn't reach the recommended participation donation
That's correct.
amount.
And I did not include partial donations in my
Sure.
numbers at all because I really don't count them because I only count the full
Sure.
donation. So
Either way,
within
I'm sure
that
it wouldn't change.
862, there
Sure.
was some additional.
Fine, it wouldn't change it dramatically. There's still a
No.
large percentage of folks that are. So I am real strict on the front end about that these are donations, but on the other hand, I think we can really let people know the benefits that come out. And we shouldn't be shy about letting people know the benefits that come out of doing some amazing extracurricular activities.
For sure, we couldn't run our programs at its current high levels without the donation from parents. And I think we have been messaging and we have not used a word such as fees. These are all donations, and we're just really grateful for that. And,
Sure. So I want to thank you. The second thing I want to let the board know, as well as Mitzi and Charles, is I am very curious on what this actually looks like in terms of participating in the average classroom. So we actually have a different conversation at some point, but there are costs associated with different courses. And maybe I should rephrase that. There are costs, there are district costs associated with it. I'm very curious to kind of learn more about that and figure out, if my child starts at your high school, what is really the cost of attending school.
The donation for the frog, the biology, the journalism, whatever, because classroom teachers also sometimes will request things.
So
That's
I'm
not really
I'm just
kind of part
letting
of this.
you know that I've requested it from Dawn, and I'm letting the board know today. I'm very interested in that. Lastly, both to Lydia and maybe Dawn, I would love to see this exact same format. You guys have once again created the template for middle school. What does it look like at each site? How much money's coming in? How many are donating? Who's not? I think it would be
I can just address that real quickly. I believe we have slated October.
I have a meeting September 20.
I mean, for a board presentation. I think we have it on our October calendar.
Yes.
To bring back intermediate. So we wanted to keep those separate.
Sure. No, absolutely. And I would.
No, and they're
I'm assuming
behind.
we don't contribute to the middle schools like we do for the high schools. Is that correct?
No, we do not.
Don't contribute
So I
at
would
all.
love to have that as a future conversation as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to thank you both so much for doing this. I appreciate, first of all, that you don't have to do everything the same. I love giving you both the sort of freedom to do what you need to do for your school, charge what you need to charge for your own school's program. Someone needs a drum, someone needs basketballs, whatever. You guys know that stuff. I had one question from a PV High parent, Dr. Park, so I'll just ask you. Part of the money was taken off the top to pay for football helmets, is that right? So I just want to make sure that I answered that parent's question so you don't have to answer it
Yes,
tomorrow morning.
22% of the front-end cost was for football. It's actually reconditioning, so it's helmets and repurposing helmets.
Okay, again, and that's a need that you see, and I'm not arguing with that, I just want to clarify that. It would be interesting, I would love for parents to see this, because I've heard from parents at both high schools, and we all do all the time. Go ahead and share this with them. That'll eliminate a lot of confusion and anxiety sometimes about where things are going, and you might already do that and people aren't paying attention, just like they don't pay attention to what's on the school board agenda, but to do that more with the PTAs or the booster clubs or whatever, to share this slide right here, but also just what goes for what, because I think they need to understand that. What is that check going for? And if we're doing something extra beyond that, maybe we make it to another round of academic decathlon we weren't expecting, we have an additional cost, whatever it is. I think the more we share, then that gets people not all worked up as much as they are. And I understand why they are, because it's a big, it's a big commitment. And these activities are sometimes more important to kids than their classroom activities too.
I just want you to know that our books are open. We have, very detailed information about each activity and each sport.
Okay.
And parents know it's available. They can go into the student store where the funds are kept, and they can ask for that information and how it's spent. It's
So
a
good.
completely open
You
book.
do the same. So that would be great, even just to publicize that with this. Hey, this is our update on what we've done with this money. Anyone ever wants to come look at it, feel free. I think that will really go a long
Probably
way in
put
addition
this
to all
as
the money.
a link on our updates, on the weekend update, and provide the information that way as well.
I would encourage to go one step further in terms of not just transparent, but we need to publicize. We need to let people know the great, it's one thing to say, hey, they're here, and you can come look, and it's completely open. There's nothing, no hidden costs or fees or agendas, donations. But come on, we got some amazing things going on, and they wouldn't be possible, not just with the board's additional funds. It would not be possible without those 1,661 at Peninsula and 1,182 at PV. We would not be able to have the kind of top-notch programs we have.
I don't know if you guys are surprised by those numbers, but this surprises me. I think it's low, the percent of people that participate. I'm surprised. So you
Well,
guys
I
have
was
been
with
here
the Ed
longer.
Foundation for 6 years, so, don't get me started on participation.
So I'd like to close by first thanking you guys for listening to our request. We had a lot of discussion about wanting to make sure that we weren't just providing funds to supplement additional things, because we felt like we offered a good program and that there needed to be some relief for the parents because there's donor fatigue. And you guys took it to heart. You did a great job and a fantastic presentation. I want to highlight 3 other things. One, quickly, the baseline. your to-do list of the baseline, I think, is very important. And I agree completely with Linda that we don't need to have, the schools don't need to offer the same thing the same way. You guys don't, that's not part of the program, but we need to have a sense of equity. So the sense we can get to the baseline in the next year is fantastic. Cleaning up private accounts. One thing that's not part of this presentation, but it's part of what you guys have been doing, is it's been clear for years that a lot of the different athletic teams, parents, and so on had this account for the volleyball club, this account for the basketball team, this account, and crazy things that were what we shall say off-the-book accounting. And the fact that you guys have attacked this, addressed it, and so on is very appreciated. And lastly, the ASB accounts. The ASB accounting has been the source of all sorts of issues in the past. Every audit we get, there's some ASB discrepancies. And the fact that you guys are spending the time as a part of the overall thing to address it, it's a big amount of money that goes to ASB. People have no concept of how much money goes to the student stores at these high schools. And the fact that there's the ability I mean, I worked in AYSO for years, and there's all these checks and balances, but every year someone at AYSO steals $100,000 or $200,000 from some region somewhere in the country because they're literally dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars. And you guys are dealing with big funds, so the fact you're taking the time to get this fixed and run it right with Lydia's help is very appreciated.
Okay, I was just going to say, I wanted to say one more thing, and that is, I just want to thank you for all your help in keeping these athletic programs going, because we are one of the few high schools, at least in LA County, that has taken the position that we want to offer as many athletic opportunities to our students as possible. And we've done that through good times and bad times when other high schools have cut back dramatically. And that's because we wanted to provide those opportunities for every child, for the whole child, the development of their potential. And we couldn't have done it without your help. So I just wanted to say thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank
job.
you.
All right. So moving right along, we now have a public hearing on an agreement for branded food vendors. I'm going to open the public hearing. Jana, do we have anybody that would like to address us in the public hearing about branded food vendors? Do we have a presentation in the public hearing about branded food vendors? And I'm going to close the public hearing about branded food vendors. And we need to make a motion for an agreement and two on branded food vendors, unless we have some presentation. Do you have any? Okay.
I think we've presented just about all we...
Okay, I don't want to beat the food to death, literally, so. Can someone make a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the agreement for the branded food vendors.
I will second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on to board policy AR 1330, priority use.
I'm just going to introduce these next three together because they're a little awkward. And what we're asking the board to do tonight is to provide some loose parameters. We are not writing the policies tonight. We're not revising policies tonight. We just want some parameters so that when we go back to work on these policies before they go to our subcommittee, we don't swing and miss. So we at least have an understanding of where the board's head is on these three items. So we'll do each one separately. At the end, there is just scrolling down here, we are asking for parameters, some direction from the board, understanding that it's going to be a little bit awkward. Okay, so I think I've set that up as poorly as I possibly could have. So I'm going to turn it over to Lydia now and hope for a good save.
Okay, so there are several areas that we need some guidance on so that we can revise the policy and incorporate some of the language necessary within the policy. And the first item that I want to talk about would be N3, and that's the priority use of our school facilities. We have several facilities that are very impacted. Our pools, our gyms, fields we seem to manage, get along well, but our pools and gyms are the primary areas. And in your folder, you have a sample pool schedule for September 2015, just so that you can see the amount of usage in those pools. And in the past, there has been a practice that the groups that have been with the district the longest would have priority for any additional time slots that become available. So what that means is if there becomes, say, a Tuesday and a Thursday night available, they would go to the oldest group first and say, hey, we've got Tuesdays and Thursdays available, do you need it? And they'd say yes or no, and then if it's a no, then they'd go down the list until they got to the least senior group, and they fill the spots. I would like to recommend something a little different, because I think that we do need to respect those community partners that we've had for a long time, those community partners that are in good standing, that have been working very well with the district. And I think that in setting the schedule for the season, I think that the groups that are the most senior should have first choice. But I also feel that not one group should monopolize more than 50% of the available time. And I also feel that if one group relinquishes a time slot, that we don't go back to the oldest group and so on, that it actually becomes available for any of our groups, and the first group that asks for it can have it. So that would be my recommendation going forward. And then the only other thing that I want to talk about in this is that we currently have, let me find it, 6 community groups that use the pool on a regular basis. Then in the summer, we have the 6 groups, plus the cities of RHE and RPV through their combined program this summer with the YMCA, and we have our Hale Athletic Alliance summer program. So we have quite a few groups that are already in the pool, and that's why I provided you a September sample. What I want to know is, do we want every available minute of pool time being occupied? Do we want some rest space in between? We have issues that may come up if a pool is closed, scrambling and moving groups around. So that's the other piece, is schedule the priority and tell me whether you want 100% of available time occupied, if we have the groups that want them.
Can I ask a couple questions, Lydia?
Yes.
So I'm just, first time I'm seeing this, so I'm just kind of looking through it, and it looks, and I'm talking only pools, right? 'Cause that's what
Yes,
was
this is just
packet.
pools. I just brought pools.
So, looking at the schedule, does it seem as though, and I'm assuming this schedule takes in all the kind of new principles that you've discussed, meaning the oldest groups are kind of have the first choice, but they can't have any more than 50% of the time at any.
No, the no more than 50% of the time is not been worked in here yet. It may work out that way.
Okay. So I was
But
curious what that might look like if.
This includes the existing practice
Okay.
that's in place.
So this is existing. So I would just be curious to see what it looks like once you actually kind of go through the activity of saying, okay, just in principle, I'm going to take, I'm looking here, I don't know which, let's say, I don't know, let's say
Well, I'll
Zap.
tell you can do, a quick look. So Zap is green.
Yeah, so let's just say for principle, Zap had the most hours, and they actually are over 50% of the total hours available right now. How that might impact, and how it might also impact one that is not the least.
And you're talking about 50% of total pool, not each pool. Are you talking about each pool?
I'm talking about each pool.
50% of each specific pool. Okay, so so it's obvious to me, because I'm really good at math, that that's not in the practice right now, and so you're asking us to change, that we need that to be changed. It looks like it's the practice at Penn, but not at the other two pools.
No, it's a recommendation. You
Okay,
may
so
say.
it's gonna change. Or you
I
might
don't
say
like
we don't care.
50%,
Right, okay.
make it 75%, but
Perfect.
it's a start.
Okay, so but it's more than 50% right now. Okay.
So a suggestion would be I'd like to see a couple mock-ups of what it looks like in principle if it was at 50, and maybe 75 is probably too much considering the demand, but maybe some other percentage. And that number would come from minus the hours that are already being used by the school itself, right? So that would give us
Correct.
the total N of hours.
Right, this is outside of school use.
So in 1 week, after we've taken out all of the school usage, there are 50 hours worth of pool time that we need to divide up amongst X, Y, and Z. With X being the first group is going to potentially go up to 50% if they want. Y or Z, do we have an equation or we don't know yet?
We don't know.
Okay.
I got a suggestion on that, but anyway.
Go ahead.
You guys have some?
I have a question. Does the city of Palos Verdes Estates no longer use the PV high pool?
Correct, it's just a summer program.
Oh, so they're still there for the summer program?
I think, no, it's over.
No, every year do they have?
Every year, yes. We
Yes,
have
that
a
was my
5-year
question.
agreement with them.
Okay, so that's still there. You know, looking at the names of these places, there's one that's interesting, Industry Hills Aquatics,
Armada Swimming,
Armada Swimming.
that's their DBA.
I know, but where are they from? I mean, are these all community groups, or are they?
They have, I'm looking at their roster right now, they have 59 members, 48 of which are PV residents, and this is as of the last time we asked. There is movement in the Armada group, and they only have 2 days a week right now. And I basically have given notice to Chris that if they don't have their full teams ready and in the pool by the beginning of October, that I was going to drop them. Because their numbers are dwindling
So
considerably.
ask your question, then
My additional question is, it seems as though the Penn High pool, thank God for the Pringles and Malcolm for suggesting that idea several years ago, is being used by multiple groups basically every day on some days from 5:30 in the morning till 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night, and that the PV pool doesn't seem to be used as often. Is there any kind of rhyme or reason to that?
Well, you've got the, in yellow at the PV High School, so in yellow you can see from 1 to 7, you've got school groups in there.
And no one in the morning? And I know it's only 1 month. That's
No,
kinda
they
just
don't have anyone in the morning there right now.
Because they are not allowing it or no one's requested?
No one's requesting it.
I
And
think
so,
we had someone there early in the morning one time, and we had, very early in the morning, like 5:30, and we had
Yes.
complaints
Oh,
by
boy.
residents.
so,
Whistles at
Whistles were too
5:45.
loud. Yes.
yeah, so there isn't as much time available from 7 to 9 PM then.
Okay, and then finally, just to throw it out there, it'd be interesting with whatever we come up with we know the Mirror Less pool needs some TLC, so is there a way to actually come up with a process for our new kind of fee schedule? Here's where we can talk about fees, right? Our new kind of, the money that is coming in for the usage of these sites, if we can actually be really strategic about maybe using that to try to get Mirror Less.
Well, it looks like no one other than ZAP wants to use the pool.
Right.
So one-
ZAP is a really big club. They've got a lot of coaches. They've got a wide range of ages for their kids. So, in fact, I can tell you the number of their members.
Well, actually, Linda, it looks like they get done at one place. I don't know.
Yeah, so ZAP has 175 members. 122 of those are Palos Verdes residents.
I think Larry had brought up something at one time about how many local residents do the club serve. And while I think it's really interesting, I also think it could be a trap, meaning I don't know if we went to all the soccer clubs, everybody else, and actually figured out how many Fram or...
I think it's really important that you know how many residents are actually using it, because I can speak from personal experience in soccer, where, this, again, years ago, one of my sons was on a club team. Everything went fine the first year. They sign up for the second year of the club team, and they show up, and the club team has imported an entire first string, or whatever you call them in soccer, of non-residents. How did I know that? They were all Hispanic, and English was not the primary language. It was not the first language. And and so the coach's two sons and this imported group played for the entire season on our fields, but it made us furious. We were paying and we were watching. And I don't know that goes on today, but it certainly did go on in the past. And so it is important just that you want local residents to be able to be using the fields. That's my only point.
ZAP is our largest group with 175. And then
And what's their
PVAC,
total?
175 total, 122 PV residents.
And are they an old group?
Yes. They have been with us since, hang on. ZAP has been with us for 16 years. Palos Verdes Aquatics has been with us for 22 years. Then PV Water Polo is 15 years. South Bay Water Polo, 14 years. Armada, 3 years. No, that looks like them all.
Things doesn't work. So
where are we going?
I was going to make a suggestion as a way to frame the discussion. Here's the salient points that I see and that I think that should be addressed. First, when we're looking at pools or gym and we're looking at sharing time, we have to look at the totality of all the facilities. So we're not just looking at each individual gym by themselves or each pool by itself. Second, we have to have fair use between all the places. So we shouldn't be in a position of picking favorites and saying our favorite group gets the best pool and everyone else gets the worst pool, whatever that may be, or the best gym, the worst gym. Third, we should pick times that are convenient to us. So the availability of pool time and gym time is based on what the district is convenient for the district to provide. So if it's convenient for us to provide a janitor at midnight for a gym, fine, we can offer that. If it's not convenient, we don't offer it. If we need to have maintenance time to clean the pool at a certain time every day, we block that out and that's not available. Okay, and we need to have some amount of time in between groups for moving in and out, we schedule that, whatever it may be. But it should be what's convenient to us. Fourth, priority, school first, obviously, the cities second. The cities are our partners in all sorts of things. We give them priority anyway for the most part, but it should be in our policy that the cities are given a priority over the community groups because we partner up with all sorts of other things with them.
And they gave us money.
And they gave us money. So then the groups are the third thing. So then when you look at impacted programs, the percentage you should give, I don't think that, since we have all sorts of long-standing partners, that we should be, and we should necessarily have been, picking and choosing by favorites or by time or by anything else. I think the process should be more democratic, for a better term, better way of describing it. For every partner that complies with all our requirements, has insurance, pays their bills on a timely basis. All the stuff that we do, that we ask or have to have for them to comply with doing business with.
Covers the pools.
Covers the pools, yeah.
We don't have problems with them. They don't get complaints about it. We give them a fair warning policy. If they screw the thing up 3 times or more, they leave the gate unlocked or something happens, they're on notice, they might be kicked down. Okay, so everybody that qualifies, then we look and see for any area how many groups we have. If we have 2 groups only trying to share, then the first group shouldn't have more than 60% until the other group has choice of what they want to use. So if, I just pick the sake of all things, we have 1 pool and we have 2 groups. Then the group that has the longest standing group or whatever, the group that has had historically the use of we should get 60%, not more than 60% of the time before the other group can pick their time. So there's 60 and 40. You're not going to necessarily go to 100. If the other group wants 20%, then the group that had the 60 could then go back and pick the remaining times that are available after the second group has had their opportunity to get their slots.
We'll never be at that point.
Okay. All right. So if we have 3 groups, group 1 is 50%, group 2 is 33%, and then so that we're also giving priority to the longest standing group, the largest group, so on. But and then when you have open slots, then you can go back and offer them. 4 groups, 40, 30, 20. So if you have 4 groups that are competing for a pool site, the biggest group or the longest standing group gets 40% of the slots, the next group gets 30% of the slots, the third group gets 20% of the slots, the fourth group gets whatever's left over. In reality, you're never going to probably get all the way to that. But you have a system in place that's not arguable. 5 groups or more, 30, 25, 20, 15. And we really, I mean, I know we have pools that maybe have 1 group offering 50 or 60%, and we have 6 groups that are competing for it. But what we do when we make the decisions we made in the past, we artificially limit the ability of groups to participate or have programs they want to have because we limit the time they have available. If we made the time available to PV Aquatics versus Zenith Aquatics versus PV Water Polo or something, they may have a bigger program if they know they have the ability to have 20 slots. And the groups that have maybe have 50% now would maybe only get 30. That doesn't mean they're not going to end up with more than 30%. They're just going to pick their slots, schedule it all out, and then whatever's left over, they have a right to go back and get more. If for some reason everything is 100% scheduled, okay, they don't get as much as they had before. In reality, they'll probably get it. And then the last point would be when something comes available. Something comes available, it shouldn't be the first person that heard about it. If we know that we have 3 groups that are interested in more space at prime times and a prime time spot becomes available, we should let the 3 groups know that the prime time is available, and we can do a lottery, pick a straw, roll a dice, do something. Nothing competitive. Just something that gives this structure more structure. It doesn't pick and choose between groups, recognizes all the groups that are older, but comes up with something that's a better and fairer use. We don't have the problem with the pools. I mean, with the fields. You could, in theory, apply this same kind of thing to the choice of fields. We just don't. We have plenty of fields. Pools are a problem, and gyms are a problem. And I'm giving more meat to it than you necessarily need, but I'm trying to suggest a structure that I think is a fairer way than we do it now. Anyway, I don't know how anyone feels about that, and I just came up with it as I'm sitting here, so maybe it's not well thought out. I don't know.
Is it a gross assumption to think that all these parameters can be fed into our School Dude software, so we don't have to manually figure?
We do the pools and the gyms manually because there's a lot of different variables.
Well, it sounds like we just added more variables.
Well,
I'm trying to provide some precision to it.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Once we put it all in black and white and we know that this is what we're going to follow, we have the regular groups, and so there's the constant discussion with them and setting up the schedule for the gym use, the pool use. And the availability also changes throughout the year depending on the season too. So one season there may be more availability at one school than the other, and then here comes the next season and now we've got to make room for a team that was at another school. So there's a lot going on with the pools, and so
you also need intervals, right? Meaning schedule,
winter,
yeah,
and spring or
times
something.
at which
Right.
this isn't kind of a year-long, 2-year, 3-year. It's
Yeah, is swimming at the
every-
same time as water polo, or are they different seasons?
Well, this is okay because this applies, this is 60% and 40% regardless of whether I have 4 hours in the evening available or 6 hours available in the evening. So following this type of parameter is okay.
But the question is, do you want to have it on an annual basis, meaning, hey, we're all going to get together in August, we have the formula, we're going to sit down, and this is how it's going to be? Or is it, we'll do it once in August, we'll do it again in January?
No, it's done monthly.
But you're not going to meet with the groups monthly to go through this?
Talk to them monthly.
Wow.
Well, you certainly can do it seasonally if nothing else.
Yeah,
And it's not
they
going to be a
never
precise formula, and I don't want to get in a discussion that, well, they got 51.3% of the hours, and we only got,
Yeah.
you know, but it's just general guidelines to try
Lydia,
to.
can I ask a quick question too? My understanding from basketball and some of these sports is that the high school coaches, whether they're teachers or they're outside, I don't know what the terminology is for outside
Walk-ons.
coaches,
Walk-ons.
walk-on coaches, that they also run some of these club programs. So I'm wondering if that has affected this in the past, and if whatever percent come up with, that'll eliminate some of that home cooking type thing. That
Well,
just
there-
comes up, and I'm not saying there's a bad
Yeah.
motive for it, it just sort of happens. The basketball coach
actually-
has a 7th grade team come in, or the water polo coach has a 7th
That
grade
is a
team.
problem, and what we found was that they were having club practice during their regular practice, but we've really been on it this year. In fact, we have one coach on warning right now, and we've not given him a permit for the month of September. And we've let the principal and the AD know, and Chris is actually going at his school swim times to make sure that there is no one else in that pool.
They could do a civic center. They could, I mean, there's ways you can still access
Yeah, but they just have
that.
to be part of that,
Sure.
that time needs to be.
Well, the reason for that is because he is not one of the coaches that pays regularly. And so we are
Have the
enforcing.
insurance, doesn't have all the other stuff.
He's got the insurance, but he just doesn't handle money well, and so he is suspended right now.
Lydia, do you and/or whomever would have the answer for this question, have we built in enough time to clean and care for the
No, I think
facility?
the schedules are too tight. I think there needs to be at least a 15 to 20-minute gap in between each team picking up their things and leaving, and the next group coming in.
Have we built in similarly enough on our fee schedule to make sure that, you know, it's very easy when you're a group that only comes in for 2 or 3 hours and you leave, and then someone else has to deal with it, right? But have we really thought about that? I'm thinking especially about the pools on this, because I don't remember seeing that when we were going through all the tables and the cost of the chemicals, the needs of a pool versus, frankly.
It will be there. Mhm. Including what it costs to rebuild a pool at the end of its life.
That's all part of the calculation for next time.
Yeah, okay.
Anybody have any other questions?
Okay, so let me make sure I have this clear. Okay? So we're going to develop a priority use, which, yeah, it does require action.
But we're giving you
direction.
We're giving you direction. I mean, I don't mind a motion, but we're just giving you direction on what to come back with us. We are not deciding this right now, are we? 'Cause
No,
Larry
and
just
Frank,
triggered.
and I threw out the numbers you can change to work them. I'm giving you suggestions of a formula and an approach.
Okay, so-
And you guys will work them and realize, oh my God, we got 19 teams. If you do that, if I took this approach, teams 17 through 20 would get nothing. I mean, there's probably things I haven't thought of. So totality of all the pools, totality of all the marinas, fair use, but of the best places, worst places, times convenient to the school district, factoring in times we need for our own stuff and at our convenience. Schools first, cities second, groups third. Then percentages if you have 2, 3, 4, 5 or more groups. And then a notice if you've got space available after you've scheduled everything else out, and you know 2 or 3 people are interested, you don't just say whoever signed up, you let the 3 groups know that prime time A is now available and you draw straws or something. Those are the parameters, they're in the minutes. you know, I'm not in the written minutes, but they're on the voice thing. I will keep this a copy if you have any question. And you're going to massage this 17 times from now, but I just want to give you a structure, an idea, and maybe no one likes it when it comes back.
Would it make sense for her to bring it back to the
Okay.
subcommittee?
My only concern is that we built in timelines to get this done so that at the October 14th meeting, we're bringing back first reading of the revision of the.
So maybe,
So what I'm trying to say is if we don't have a definite decision tonight, where I'm going to go, I know this is exactly what I'm going to do now and work into the policy, we're not going to make it to our October 14th
So if we need to, we
deadline
can
that-
have a special board meeting between now and October 14th with the subcommittee for you to bounce the ideas off of if that's needed.
Maybe try a couple different
And
percentages.
then do you
with
guys
those
have any
variables.
issues
Some
with
other
any of
stuff
the
might
approach at
emerge.
all?
Couldn't they bring it back the 30th?
Well, we'll see. I mean, if we can fit it on the agenda, we will.
You know,
It's not too
we're
long.
having this conversation in the absence of talking to the actual teams, which
Right,
puts
which
us
is-
at a little bit of a disadvantage
Which is
here.
why I'm concerned about being too rigid about and you might have an aha moment tomorrow.
There might be something we're missing.
Yes.
Yeah, they want to be there. There's time, there is absolutely space at Miralest. The other teams do not want to go there.
Okay, so we're using it to prioritize how much someone gets at the prime place, basically.
Or maybe later on, we come up with a system after the first year as you rotate, and there might be some folks.
This is a work in progress, but we got to do something beyond just the guy who's been here the longest, who yells the loudest, gets the best spots and no one else gets a
Or
shot at
who's
it.
the high school coach? I mean, that's, or whatever. coach.
There's no motion.
The direct,
That's direction.
are we comfortable with Lydia?
It's a
bringing it back
beginning.
to us?
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
beginning. It's a beginning.
Okay, so the next one is alcohol, which is sounding kind of good right now.
And I like
Red
that it's
wine.
limited to,
Deb, did you want to
Malaga
add
Cove.
something?
Malaga Cove.
Sorry, Deb did put a card in case she wanted to add something at this topic, so please, feel free.
Not alcohol, thus.
Only because it's pools. Thank you, Lydia. There are 5 pool groups as you were going down, because I think there was PVAC so many times. So there's ZAP, PVAC, Armada, are the 3 swim, and then there's PV Polo and South Bay Polo. So there's 5 groups that are using the 3 pools.
So you listen to the ideas, you've been crunching a bunch of numbers and giving some advice, so why don't you? Okay, so now you got it.
Oh, I have that. You want me to
No,
pass
I
that
don't,
around?
what I was going to suggest is, could you kind of take the guidelines we're maybe
Like,
thinking
okay.
about and see how that would play out in
So,
your mind? And
if you want me to ad lib right now, it's like how I think it would play out. I think that if ZAP was with Lydia's numbers, right?
Share it with Lydia.
Okay.
And
Seven.
then if we need a special meeting or whatever, or you can send me an email.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
I don't want to get bogged down in the technical stuff, and I know you know the technical stuff.
About pools. I have 2 questions. One is this, Lydia. I know you got it from somewhere, and I'm not doubting that it's accurate, but it's not what Pete ever went off of. So Pete always said that ZAP was the first, then PV Polo inched out PVAC by weeks or months, he always said, and then came PVAC, then South Bay Polo. And then, so you might check with Pete on his, or I'm not sure where this order came from, if Patty gave it or how that was done. But as far,
Okay,
latest
so-
I date back to is Pete, and that's his expertise there. Wait, hang on 2 seconds, I just put stars by things. The one other thing to consider is weekday versus weekend, and that's part of your primetime spots, because a lot of times, do we go from 5 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock at night on weekdays, maybe, cutting out the school day in between, but on weekends, is anybody there Saturday night? Are those really available pool times, or do we want to look at the coveted times of Monday through Friday when we're assigning the percentages?
Well, I
Does
think
that
we
make
want,
sense?
yeah, it does, and I think we want to just pick the times again that are convenient for us, so we don't want to make Sunday at 8 PM available necessarily. And
I don't know. That's what- yeah, I'll
Right,
throw that out
that's, the district needs to figure that one out. And then there'll be some massaging of some of the stuff, because no matter how much of a formula we come up with, there's going to be some things that are going to be
Right.
some judgment.
And then the one last thing that Lydia said about that 15, 20 minutes in between groups, one of the things that we have to do here with the pools that other districts don't have, they have like management groups that put in the lane lines for the swim groups, take them out for the water polo groups, put the tarps on at the end of the day, provide the lifeguards, all that kind of stuff. We ask the community groups who are as part of their responsibility in using the facilities. So they have to roll up the tarps correctly in the morning, put the lane lines in if they want them, take them out because let's say water polo high school has to use it during the day, those kinds of things. So if she did allocate the 15, 20 minutes, to maybe not take that out of practice time, but allow those 15, 20 minutes to be that time to set it up for the next group. Does that make sense?
Actually, I like the idea of the management group coming in. Maybe,
I do too.
maybe
It would be worth hiring pool people.
it might be worth, that might be, not this year, but next year, hiring some, okay,
And jacking up the.
thanks.
Yeah.
All right, and the fees to cover it.
Well, that's the direct cost.
Yep.
Okay,
Okay.
red wine.
Alcohol.
Alcohol. So we know that there is legislation now that would allow a district to allow groups to use their facilities and have alcohol. I have been asked by several groups looking at it as a fundraiser. The concern is that we don't really want it at a school site where there are kids because there are activities going on all the time. Now, I know groups will say, oh yeah, but the kids aren't going to be at our event. I don't know, I find it hard to imagine. So we thought if the board wanted to go down this route, we could possibly start with this facility. It's an administrative office. It has somewhat of a kitchen area there, refrigerator, stove, so on. Nice grass areas where you can set up canopies, restroom facilities. But the group would have to go through the Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control. They have to get their appropriate licenses, and as part of the district approving the permit, that would be one of the requirements. So there would also be higher limits on the insurance. So they'd have to do all the regular things, which is provide the insurance and so on, but the extra piece is they have to have that ABC license, or the person serving their alcohol has to have that ABC license. It's something for you to consider. If you do want to consider it, it must be written into the board policy. If you don't want to consider it, that's fine also. I just want a yes or a no.
So let's just go down the table. Barbara, what do you think?
I wouldn't say yes yet, because there are lots of questions in my mind, even about this facility, because I think we would have to do some upgrades to this facility before it could be used in the evenings or something. And you got the Malaga Cove Homeowners Association to deal with. And this is a thing where I would rather be the turtle than the rabbit and see how other groups do it. I think there's lots of unanswered questions here that.
I would default to what ASCIP is recommending on this sort of
Almost
thing.
all this language we got from ASCIP.
I'm sorry?
Almost all the language that we have here did come from ASCIP. So they have a guidance that they've posted for all their districts, and it does need to, our board policy does have to be revised, and they're the ones that talk to me about the additional insurance and the requirement of the ABC license for the person serving the alcohol. And another thing too, I forgot, we would change the fee schedule so that if a school, an organization is using the facility and they're going to serve alcohol, they're also going to pay a higher fee.
Yeah, well, there would just be, I'm sensitive to the Homes Association. I'm sensitive to the PV Estates Police Department. If somebody's going to serve alcohol at this facility and it's after dark, I feel like we should require some sort of private security. I'm sensitive to the neighborhood, but I'm not against the concept.
Tony?
I'm curious as to what we think the benefit would be. I'm thinking of like a risk-reward conversation here, meaning clearly just because somebody's proposed it at the state and that it's on the table.
Well, it's the law. It's not proposed. It's now in the law.
I thought they were still figuring something out on this one. No.
No,
It's
it'd be 2073
So it's just a
since
matter whether we want
January last year.
Whether we want to adopt. So we're capable.
Right.
Okay. So well, I don't know about capable, but for me, it's a cost-benefit analysis. Meaning, if this was not just about, hey, there's a group that wants to use one of the rooms and they're going to be serving alcohol for an event, and I'm not talking a huge event, just even a small event, whatever, are we still charging them $50 for a janitor and getting $30 an hour? Like, I don't know if I want to be in the business of having alcohol available on our property if it's not worth the risk, meaning the reward should be worth it. So I know it's not on here, but I think I'll just mention that we've talked separately about, films and TV shows use school property all the time around LA.
Next item.
That's the next
Okay.
summary.
So if the costs, right, is great enough, then I'm interested.
Well, that's the one of the things that I just mentioned. The fee for a group serving alcohol would be much higher than a non-alcoholic group.
That may be, but the much higher, if it's one bag of peanuts to 3, doesn't necessarily make it worth the risk for me. So I'm not opposed to it in principle. I agree with Barbara, Malcolm, on kind of all those other intangibles and variables, both with the community and the police department and the homeowners. But I would really want to see, and it's probably, I'll have the same answer for the additional facility use fees for shooting a movie here. Are we really getting the return that we want for the headache that we could possibly endure?
Well, and the one thing that's difficult is because this is so new, no one's doing it yet. We're in the next item with the filming and things like that. We have fees that neighboring districts are already charging for those activities.
Do you have?
We have nothing to compare this to yet.
Torrance has a filming fee, for example, like $5,000 a day.
Yeah, it's in the next item.
But the demand, you've said, has been there. So when folks have called, like, oh, hey, I want to have a party down at one of your schools, and we're going to serve beer and wine as a fundraiser. Is that kind of how this has happened, or is this a wedding reception? What's been kind of the inquiries?
Yeah, well, for example, I have a call from Soleado, their booster club, instead of having their big off-site fundraiser, wants to have it at the school site. And although they're not going to serve alcohol, but part of their silent auction is wine. So the question is, can that wine physically be on campus so that they can auction it? Or can they only have a picture of it and then they make arrangements for the person to pick it up? I would argue that, no, the wine shouldn't even be on campus. Put a picture up.
But legally, we actually, if our board policies
Right.
are adjusted, can have the wine.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the big difference between whether they're serving the wine or actually auctioning it off.
The wine can't be there at any time when pupils are on the grounds.
Yeah.
Right. No, their activities
Evening
is
event.
Saturday.
Right.
So Linda?
I'm just going to be a big no on this one and say I don't like it. I don't like it. I think it's too risky. It's too sticky. I don't know. I don't like it. It just seems like it's more of a headache than it would be worth to do, unless you tell me there's like, $1 million party wants to be had here. We're going to get some giant fee. Even then, I don't know. It doesn't seem to me like.
I want to
I'm
add,
just gonna say
the
no.
genesis of 2073 came from the California PTA, because you had groups who were paying exorbitant amount of money to have the party at the country club, and it was eating up all their fees, while meanwhile, they're up in Sebastian, or they're up in, who knows where, with a school site that's overlooking the entire Napa Valley, and boy, this would be a nice venue. It passed the legislature, both houses, with no dissent. There were no votes. So that's kind of where it came from. It wasn't a contentious thing. It was a way school groups have fundraisers where alcohol is served.
So I'm a stick in the mud completely on this subject. I mean, way more than Linda. We shouldn't.
In the mud, he said.
Adults are supposed to be role models, so obviously forget anywhere there's kids on campus. We shouldn't be having events where we have, say, the Booster Club is having a party and all the adults are drinking, and you have students at the thing, even if they're just showing up to say hello. Or, adults should not be having alcohol in front of children, even if, 18-year-olds maybe.
Larry?
Not even 18-year-olds. I just...
You've been to Black and Gold.
I agree, and I don't drink.
You've been to Main Event.
Okay, and Main Event, I have some issues with too. But
I'm talking about here on planet Earth.
So you can find fault in what I'm saying. I absolutely do not think we should do anything on the school site. There's no amount of money we can get that will offset the liability. Anytime anything happens, who's the first group that gets sued? The biggest pocket, the deepest pocket.
School district.
We have anything that happens anywhere, even alleged that we somehow were involved, we're going to get sued. I don't see a benefit
Lydia,
in it at
have you
all.
talked to either our partners with the Ed Foundation or the PTA Council about this?
No, I have not.
The booster clubs at either, at the athletic boosters at Penn and the main booster club at, I think that's a worthwhile conversation.
We've just gotten phone calls, just someone called.
People are looking for a venue, and they're looking
Yes.
for a cheaper place than what they would have to pay to go to the country, but the problem is, we pick up the liability, and, I mean, we've got trip hazards all over our schools. And don't even get me started there, but you're going to have to take care of all those things, and then the lighting's inadequate at most of our schools, and lighting's inadequate here at night.
Well, I think you've gotten the temperature of where we're at.
It's too much.
Sounds like a maybe.
Well,
Just joking. It's not a maybe.
I mean,
No, we're good.
Honestly, if I understand the Boosters Club might want to have something with PTA, and I would just say no still. But that's just me. I mean, I'm one of 5 people, so.
So we gave you direction. Now what do you want to do?
It sounds like
We didn't
you
give you
guys
direction,
actually are ready to take action on this one.
Well, we don't
And
need
then
to
we
do
can make it
anything
go
with
away.
it. We don't have to do anything with it. The policy that we have right now says you can't have anything that's intoxicating
Okay.
on campus.
Come back and
You just
revisit it
leave
in a few
At
months.
some point, we may get more information, we may find out more what other school districts are doing, the pluses and the minuses. That's the way we've always done things in Palos Verdes. And then you figure it out. Okay, maybe it is possible at a particular site, at a particular time of the day, and this, that, and the other. But we don't have to be the first one.
Okay.
I would say that, just speaking with other superintendents, you may have been the first board to even have the conversation. So great conversation, and personally, I'm in total agreement with where we're at, so thank you.
It'll get revisited, I'm sure.
I'm sure
Okay,
we
so the last one is additional facility use.
On this one, you have some exhibits there that, Exhibit B, which is a cost comparison. And so what we did was we looked at surrounding districts that actually have fees for filming and parking lots. And this, I'm going to look at the hard copy. Okay, so I just want to know if you have an interest, if you want us to develop a fee schedule that would be for example, the farmer's market, we had nothing for a parking lot. And together we worked out, okay, $750 a Sunday. But it's not on a fee schedule. So that would be one of the first things I would put on the fee schedule. Farmers market, $750 per day. But then you also have Marymount University, who uses Mayor Catalina parking lot as overflow parking for graduation. We have the city of Rolling Hills, who uses Peninsula parking lot for the big city street fair they have.
Rolling Hills Estates.
Rolling Hills Estates. And we have not charged them for any kind of parking lot use. But we have the farmers market that we do charge. And so do we want to draw a line and say if there is no fundraising activity, no fees are going to be generated, so for example, overflow parking, and they're not making any money on it, that we would look at that community group and say, okay, if it's available, you can use it as long as you provide us the insurance? Or do we want to say anyone that wants to use our parking lots will pay a minimum of, and we'll determine what that fee is?
Well, clearly.
That's the direction I want.
Clearly, we need more accountability for anyone using our parking lots. Like, just because it's there and it's available, we can't just say, oh, just use, I mean, someone trips and falls, or somebody, I mean, there's all sorts of issues. So at the very least, it seems as though we need to have, even if we wanted to give it for free, we can't just say, sure, feel free to use it. We need a little bit more accountability in terms of the ways in which the insurance and, are we then liable if something gets damaged, destroyed, broken, you know, anything like that. Clearly, other school districts are charging for their parking lots, and some charging quite a bit.
Yeah, you've got minimal charges of, I don't know how they got $5.90 an hour for direct versus $7 an hour or $5 an hour. $75 flat fee for Beverly Hills.
Lydia, if we were to charge somebody, let's say I wanted to, I'm having a party down the street, that's not a good one. Or let's say, yeah, from Lenata Bay, and I actually just want to park my cars at Lenata Bay because it's not being used on this day, and there's 25 spots there. It'd be a win-win. The minute I charge, the district charges me, are there more obligations on the district's behalf that didn't exist beforehand?
Sure, any district facility that we lease out has to be in good repair. So we need to make sure that the parking lot was in good condition.
Asphalt, Barbara. Your
But,
favorite.
Tony, that was a really good example because one of the calls that we got very recently was a family who, and I think we shared this at the subcommittee, is having a wedding here at the neighborhood church. And they called us to see if they can use this lot here as their overflow parking.
Right, and they want to have some certainty that they'll be able to use it and they won't have conflicts.
Right. So those are the kinds of questions that are.
That's actually a nice parking lot.
Yeah. See, so that's the
No
kind of
trip
questions that are coming up. So if we had parking lot fee structure, then when someone called the question, we could say, yes, that would be $50 a day. And
Plus
you
an
must
attendant.
provide a security person there. No, I would tell, that I would want them to provide a security person there to make sure that it is their people that are using the lot. Things like that.
How, I can see that if you've ever been down here on Saturday. You know, does their security person get here at dawn?
Well, that would be up, see, that would be up to them. I mean, all of that would have to be,
Oh, yeah, that'll keep
all
the,
of that would have to be explained
that'll
to
keep the
them.
localists out, yeah.
But it would be their
Put the
responsibility
yellow stripe, yeah.
to get
keep
someone there early enough to occupy the
That's what I mean,
entire
the
parking lot.
localist. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, it's a nice thing to do, you know, like some of the other things we talked about, but what does it get us?
Conceptually, though, you have Redondo, Manhattan, Hermosa, Malibu, Beverly Hills, and Torrance all have this as one of their things in their schedule. I mean, it probably makes some sense to at least consider having something and explore it, and then we can see how it physically works. If it doesn't work well, we can just decide to drop it from the schedule,
Or modify it or something.
modify it or
Or
whatever.
have a very high fee, just saying, listen, we really don't want to deal with this, and we don't want you to deal with it, but if you want to pay, this amount of money, then.
Well, and they vary all over the place from $140 a day to $18 a day.
Does Rolling Hills Estates pay us anything to use Peninsula Park?
No, we just require insurance.
Okay, I'm assuming the parking lot's not the big ticket you wanted us to spend 15.
The bigger ticket is the filming.
I wouldn't want to charge them, just insurance.
LA Kings,
So-
so you might want to say that for our city partners, for
Insurance
an
and-
event, all you want is insurance, but an outside group.
City and district partners, the library.
Okay. But I would consider homeowners association as one of those,
HOA.
yeah. But a completely outside organization that's having, like the example, the wedding.
Or private individual.
And they need the
would-
parking.
They would pay for parking.
Yeah, that's,
Does that sound good?
does that sound okay with everybody?
Sure.
All
Okay,
right.
so we've got that.
But again, it's the logistics that's
Correct.
a concern to me.
And so the next big ticket item is the filming, and our latest request just this week was the LA Kings, who wanted to come and film on the
Brown bag.
cross-country course. And they looked, I think they thought they were going to be able to do it for no money at all. And so in my mind, I'm thinking LA Kings. So I looked at Manhattan Beach because I thought that was pretty similar to us. And so we said, okay, that'd be a $3,000 flat fee for one day of filming. And they wrote back and they said, oh my gosh, that's just crazy. We don't have that kind of money. How about
Sell
we-
the cup.
we trade services? And we wrote back and said,
Auction 'em
thank
off.
you very much, but we're not trading services.
What does that
I-
mean? We need a
We don't even know what that means.
Wait a second.
We needed to talk
We need a
about that.
Zamboni.
If you could have gotten a couple season passes that could have gone in at auction, we
Yes.
could have made money
Yeah, I was
out of it.
afraid of that.
What,
Those services might have started looking and smelling a little bit
Don't-
like bribes.
don't 3 of our 4 cities have filming fees?
Have what?
I don't think Rolling Hills has a filming fee. I
They
know
don't
that
want-
for a
They don't want
fact.
anyone.
They have.
Well, we
per-
own the
they have
road,
to
so
get a
stay
per-
off of
They
them.
have to
So,
get a permit.
yeah.
So for example, when they first called, we told them they needed to check with Palos Verdes Estates to see if they require a permit. And they did, and they were told that, yes, you have to get a permit from us, but we need to know that the school's going to let you have it first. So then that's why they came to us, because they wanted us to approve their permit so they could take it to the city to get the city's filming permit.
And what does that cost them from the city?
I don't know what that is. I'll have to find out.
Because I know this discussion has happened in Rancho Palos Verdes, and I'm not sure where it is in their discussion as to what they're charging.
So how do we conceptually feel? Conceptually, we think we should have this explored more and find out what the options are?
I'd
Yeah.
love to see the district on film and get money for it.
How about you guys? All right, we're all in agreement, but check with the locals and whatever information you can get to give us as
Okay, and
much
then
information as
we'll
possible.
come back with the proposed fee schedule on parking lots and proposed fee schedule on filming, and then you can at that time tell me, yes, we like it, or it's too high, or it's too low.
It might be interesting for Malcolm, maybe at the mayor's lunch, just to ask if they've ever, not that we're interested, just ask, hey, have you guys ever had this inquiry?
I don't know.
And Don, maybe with the city
City
attorney,
managers, yeah.
just to see what their, a pulse.
Talk to city managers, sure.
Okay, thank you. I have some good direction there.
All right. What is next on the agenda?
The pilot key card.
Pilot key system.
Go.
Yes. Is it quick enough?
Okay, I just have one little slide for you to look at that I think will help clarify exactly what how the dollar amount is broken down.
Software.
Software, that's it.
There we
Yeah.
go.
In her thunder, Larry, let her,
We're good.
Because
Thanks,
we
Larry,
got it an
software.
update last Friday, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yes, it's the software piece, and the thing is that software license, once it's purchased, it will be for any facility in the district. You can see that the cost to actually set it up here for Malaga Cove, you have the keypads with the proxy readers, and the actual Prox patches, which we can choose, you can pass these down, any of those items, and they're come in a box of 10. So that would depend on which one you selected and how many you need.
So Lydia, just so let's say I imagine, I think Linda's trying to get her own key card right now, but let's say
All it is.
let's say you or Dawn or John have your, whatever mechanism you want to use to get in and out, right? So just like a hotel, you would slide it, it would allow you to go in. Then I'm assuming there is a system that Trent is literally, because this is what he does, right? He looks at his computer and he can literally see that Lydia's card was used on that room at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, actually, community services will be doing that.
But in principle,
Yeah.
that's really what this is about, to
Yeah.
manage.
And that would also mean that Lydia has the community room rented on Saturday, November 10th. I don't know if that's a real date or not.
Without alcohol.
Without alcohol from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. They can program that key card to only allow me entrance from 6 to 9 p.m.
And is it like a hotel?
And it is no longer valid after that.
Is it like a hotel if you had just the cheap plastic one that you don't have to turn it back in necessarily? I know
No,
you
we'll
should.
we'll deactivate. It'll be deactivated.
And then it has no.
Let me ask one other question. Can you allow you to tell if a door is open or shut?
The gyms, remember that?
No, if they go in and leave the
Door propped open.
See, that's
Door
that's the
propped
challenge, is
open.
the door being propped open. We've seen that all over the place, the
Yeah.
pools and the gyms and so on, as the workaround. So I got in one time, I propped it open. Trent, can you?
I think you can set a notification if the contact's not connected, that it'll set
That's
an
right.
alert or an alarm. So if, for example, someone goes into a pool area, props it open, after a certain amount of time, it's going to send a notification or alert through the system, so we can at least send somebody out there to resolve it, or
So
say
the
that
alarm
Lydia has
would
a.
go off? Is that what?
It would send a
It would send a notification, or we at least would know Lydia has abused that privilege and she's propping doors open, so we could follow it up. So we have some evidence of that.
And it could be maybe the latch isn't working good, but so it'd be able to notify you that it's not closed, so that you can go and check it out to see if, in fact, is there a problem with the door, or has someone propped it open? And then you'll know the last person in who did it.
Okay.
Or you'll know what the card was, or who the card was assigned to.
Mitzi is still here. Could I ask her a question? Sure. Mitzi, would you mind coming up? I want to ask you a question. You can yell, but you stayed there foolishly. Could have ran. Yeah, I mean, obviously the idea behind this is we have issues with the pools and the gyms. Do you see any downside to having some kind of access system in the pools or the gyms that would give some accountability?
I think we need it desperately. Our locks are getting very old, they're very problematic to begin with, so we really do need to replace them in our older buildings, and that includes the gym. And we've been talking about it for a very long time, that we need it. But if we could have some sort of a system where there could be accountability, it would add security, it would save us money, and that propping the door open really is a problem. And, you know, the one thing that stands out in my mind is when we had our young man who snuck into the gym and had the condition with his heart and almost died. In fact, we came that close to losing him. He wasn't supposed to be in there, but prop door, you know, got in. And I think for the safety of the pool and also the gym and all the facilities. But I'd like to see it throughout the school. And the accountability of who's been in there.
Anybody else have a question?
I have a question. If the problem is, as I see it, it's the gyms and the pools. So that's 3 schools at which we have this problem. It's Merrill West Intermediate, PV High, Peninsula High. So if we're going to pilot it, why wouldn't we pilot it at one of the places that has the problem?
Actually, the real full-scale pilot is going to be at Peninsula, The reason we wanted to start it here is so that we can learn the different little bugs and learn how to use the system, so that when we roll it out at Peninsula, we're not scratching our heads saying, let me see how I do that. So this is, I guess, maybe not the pilot, but the test site to learn how to use it, so that when we roll it out to Peninsula, we know how to issue the keys, how to deactivate the keys, and
the issuing of the keys is a problem, because the school's been there for so long and the locks are the same, and they have been for decades. And so there are so many master keys out there and so many keys to specific places that we just can't keep track of it. We now keep track, people sign in and sign out, and we have now for 6 years. But before that, there's so many people that have keys, we're constantly shocked. How did you get in here? Oh, I've got this key. Could you please give that to me?
How does the 8,000 that we're using really just to kind of learn how, I think in principle we love the idea. I haven't heard any opposition to that. What does the 8,000 give us in terms of, I see that broken down, but I mean, how many actual doors
it
come
gives
with
us 3 keypads for Malaga Cove. So there's the 3 points of entrance where you deactivate the alarm, and then the use of the software.
So it's really 3 doors is what we're getting out of.
Yeah, it's
software.
It's
that,
where
but I
we
mean, really,
currently
we can only track
it's where
3.
we have the alarms placed right now.
Barbara was asking, the majority of this is the software. You can do 24 sites with this software. What we want to roll out is the 2 high schools and the middle school. We're working on it right now to get access points. Now your access point is going to be electronic hardware, where this swab would work. Then we're going to completely rekey the remainder of the doors, so no other outside group has access. So it's a stepped approach. But we want to get the software installed, up and running, get familiar with how the system works here, as the staff are using it. Then we're going to lay a plan where our access points at the 3 sites, the gyms, the pools, the field house, and the weight rooms.
So this is the 6,147 for the software.
It's the software and licensing as well.
And servers. So does that mean, okay, once I put down that initial cost, right now we're only getting 3 others for this, but actually when I go to Penn or PV or the computer room at Mirror Last, something, I'm not paying again for the 6,147.
Correct.
Just the...
But you will be paying an annual licensing fee.
Yes.
Yes.
Lydia, is there a particular vendor? Is this something you bid for? Or is this just something you guys chose? Is it a local company or?
We went with ICS, who has been doing a lot of our technology work right now, and they actually monitor our security alarms. Is that correct?
And a lot of this, the reason why that was as well, we've done a demonstration, but some of our existing security network will integrate with this system. So there's a long-term savings there.
So you got about $500 in access point to get the keypads in, depending on the style or whatever else.
This is just for this building, but we'll come back with the 3 sites with how we've identified where we're going to put the access points. The idea is you want to send everybody who's got a swab to one door. You don't want to put access points in every door. It costs you a fortune right now anyway. We want to send everybody where we give you a card. You're in from 3 till 6 on a Saturday. There's the door, because everybody's going to be locked out the other doors. That's why we want to so you rekey it, you put your access point at one time.
So okay, so I got it. So the gym's got 4 doors. You're going to put an access point on the northwest corner.
Yes.
You're going to rekey the other 3 locks to have a key that one
No one
person
else
has the key.
No one else has, because like Mitzi said, everybody has a key.
Okay, so an emergency key to get in around.
The site master will override them still, but all these coaches and all these outside groups that seem to
Right,
have
so
keys
that you
will
get
not-
in on
will
the
not have
inside. If you're going to have a basketball event that night, you go in, you lock, and then you can open from the inside and prop them open, the un-access point.
And I think the thing with this, it gives you accountability with groups, because groups lie. It wasn't me, it wasn't him. I never got in, I wasn't in. Well, we got you on.
Yeah, the only thing you lose out is if you're doing this without having the visibility at the other doors. if you're not putting an access point or any kind of contact or any kind of something on that door, if you're propping that other door open, no one's going to know.
But yeah, but
But you'll think through that.
well, that's it. I mean, the ideal is to do every door, but we just don't have the money. But I think this is the great direction for us to go
Okay,
down.
do we have a sense of what it would cost for one of the campuses, or we haven't got that far?
That's what we're getting.
We're working on access points and
All right. Does anybody have any other concerns?
Well, it looks like 3 keypads was $1,853.
Again, the reason why we done the
The
demonstration.
3 keypads are $1,525.83. And then the patches, because here we're going to go with the patches that go on our ID cards, are $76.97 per box of 10. So we're figuring we probably are going to go with about 4 boxes, 3 to 4 boxes here.
All right, so, I mean, at the end of the day, we're going to fund it with monies we're making on the Civic Center permits and so on. We need to do it. It probably is at the end of it's probably going to be a couple $100,000 really when we're all said and done with this at some point. And we should have done this years ago if we had had the funding.
Long overdue.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mitzi. Okay, so this one we need to make a motion.
I make a motion that the board authorize a pilot key card system at Malaga Cove Administration Center at an estimated cost of $8,000.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, Board Policies Administrative Regulations Manual presented for a first reading. Does anyone have any comments, questions, concerns about the first reading? We're all good, Barbara?
Yeah, I've seen it
Yeah,
already.
Tony and I are the two that I had to actually read it. So, okay.
I've lived through it already.
All right. So
we
does
make a
that have
motion
an
for that?
action? We need an action, a motion there.
So can we make a motion on this one?
No, it's just, it's a discussion direction because it's
But
the
can we
first
just-
reading. So
It's just a first read.
So the second read, you make the motion, so.
Oh, okay.
So I recommend you bring it back for the second reading.
All right. Item O, budget. Kathy's getting all excited. Budget. Yeah, it depends on your perspective.
I'm an accountant.
I
I'm
would
not a
like to
boring
say
person.
one thing, that Kathy has brought this budget closer than I've ever seen it get since I've been here, and I'm really, really proud of her.
Thank you, we like accuracy.
I try.
We don't like unwanted surprises.
I didn't want to have them either. I don't want to have to explain what I was. Okay, oops. Let's see. Let's go to sleep. Okay, hold on a sec. Let's see if I can,
Should be down there, Kathy. There it is.
just trying to make sure it shows up the whole thing.
All right, 10 slides.
Yeah.
Go for it.
And you know I talk fast, so it'll be quick, I think. Okay, we have finished closing the books for 2014-15, although I don't see it up on the, if you don't care, I'll go ahead. Okay, it's
Microphone
coming.
going.
Okay, it's on for you guys, that's all that matters. So we've prepared the district's unaudited actuals report, which the auditors will review, and then they will present their findings to the board prior to December 15th of this year. Now that we've finished closing the books, we need to update the 2015-16 beginning balances for all funds to reflect the actual ending balances as of June 30th, 2015. The unaudited actuals report represents the culmination of the budget cycle, which began with the adoption of the district's 2014-15 budget in June of 2014. Since that time, we have prepared both the first and second interim financial reports. We presented the 2014-15 estimated actuals as part of the 2015-16 budget adoption process. And as I just mentioned, we've prepared the unaudited actuals now that we've finished closing the books for 2014-15. The unrestricted general fund began 2014-15 with a $9.5 million fund balance. We had total revenues of $96.1 million, expenditures of $96.9 million, which resulted in an ending fund balance of $8.7 million. That $8.7 million is comprised of several components. The district's revolving cash, inventory, and prepaid expenditure accounts are all non-spendable items. We have just under $2.6 million in designated carryovers, which includes site gifting balances, remaining textbook funds, as well as balances in programs such as community services, BITSA, et cetera. And on another note, we do have budget revisions on tonight's agenda that will bring in those carryover balances.
Yeah, that's the key to the whole thing, is that the carryovers overstate really what our ending balance is.
Correct. So those will be brought in tonight. We also have a $2.9 million in budget contingency and $3.1 million in economic uncertainty, which is the district's required 3% reserve. Contributions from the unrestricted general fund total just over $20.7 million in 2014-15, with $17.6 million going to special education, $2.4 million to the district's routine restricted maintenance account, and $680,000 to continuation education, which is the program at Rancho Del Mar. This slide summarizes revenues, expenditures, and the resulting required contributions to the district's special education program over the last 4 years. As you can see, contributions have increased since 2011-12, with a large increase in 2014-15 in comparison to 2013-14. The main reasons for this increase are higher salary and benefit costs, as well as increased non-public school and settlement agreement expenditures and county excess costs. Balances in the district's other funds totaled $7.2 million at the close of 2014-15. As you can see, those funds include adult education, the cafeteria fund, the reserve for non-capital outlay, retiree benefit fund, and the district's enterprise funds, which are Kids Corner, Mila Vila, and the print shop. The district's construction funds, which are deferred maintenance, developer fees, and reserve for capital outlay, had a total ending fund balance of just under $4.6 million at the close of the fiscal year. And with that, that summarizes the district's unaudited actuals for 2014-15. So if anyone has any questions or comments.
Boy, our meeting would have been done 4 hours ago if Kathy had been the only item on here.
Yeah, like I said, I'm good at talking fast.
Any questions? Okay, we'll look forward to the audited financials coming back with no exciting changes, and we'll go from there.
And that happens?
December.
I might show up just
You
to...
may show up as a
just-
speaker.
Oh, please.
Just to watch. I want my
Please.
book.
Are you going to speak on agendas or unagendas?
I'll decide when I'm standing there. All right, thank you, Kathy. All right, so budget revisions, we have 02 through, and 02 and 03. Any questions on either of those? So I think we
Take
can
them together?
take them together.
I move approval of budget revision, unrestricted general fund, BA 002 and BA 003, items 02 and 03.
Second from somebody?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, facilities, teen court program, S21.
S21 is a proposed small modernization project of room S21, and I have a couple of pictures if you'd like. Basically, this is turning S21 into a mock courtroom, and the funds would be available through donations from Anthony Molino, from Molino and Bernardino, and South Bay Bar Association. And do you want me to show you a couple of pictures real quick on
It
what
would be
it'll look like?
helpful. I don't even know where S21 and S22 is. As I understand it, it's 2 classrooms.
They're the ones that face the small parking lot, the teachers.
Yeah, so this is all S21 and 22. So 21 is up here, 22 is back here, and you can see there is a partition here, so you can close it off, and you can have 2 classrooms, or open it up if there's a large booster club meeting in there, or some other activity.
I still don't know where it's located because I don't know where
Betsy,
this.
can you describe exactly where?
You know, on Silver Spur, when you come down to the College Career Center, there's 2 doors on the outside. You probably never even notice them. There's no windows, but those are 2 classrooms.
That was where Len Lieberger was for years?
Michael
The government
Bird
or-
and Lynn Lieberger, these were their classrooms. They are, you know, our campus is completely locked. They are on the outside. So if you were going into the College Career Center, right next to it.
Right next to it.
And see, what are they currently being used for?
They are empty. Because we have the SMERT building, I was able to move the 2 teachers back onto the, into regular
Sure.
classrooms. So this is an empty facility that we
Really?
came up with the idea that this would be an excellent multi-use type of facility. We're calling it a community room because anybody who knows our College Career Center, it is overused. It's for every banquet, for every program we have. The kids are kicked out all the time because PTSA is there tonight, the Athletic Booster Club is there. Our goal is to have a courtroom on one side and the other side a community room for our PTSA. Project Eagle will be there, multi-use.
I'm confused. When we put the new 6-classroom building in, didn't we take out 6 classrooms?
You mean portables?
Yeah, the portables. We took out 6 portables and we put in 6 new classrooms to replace the portables. So it was an even trade, correct?
We
Wasn't it?
took out 4 mobiles that were actually used as classrooms, and then we had 2 additional mobiles that were the weight rooms. So yes, 6 mobiles were removed, but 4 were classrooms and 2 were the weight room.
And we built a 6-classroom wing and a new weight room.
Oh, okay.
So we gave them 2 additional classrooms.
Are there other slides that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this area here is S21, and you can see the masking tape, see how it's taped off. And then this is actually the way it will work. So this area here, this platform here, will be right across here. And then these chairs here, which are the jurors' chairs, will be right here where these tapes are. And then these chairs here will be where you see these tape marks right here.
And where would that, approximately where would that be on the picture on the left? Where would those chairs be? On that side of the partition or this side?
On this side of the, on this side, this clean side.
So
And these are the jurors' chairs, they're just hanging out there.
Sure. The Narbonne High School has something similar. I don't think it's as nice as what I envisioned this to be, but they actually took a room like this, very large room, high ceilings, and they had a group of volunteers come in, and they actually created a mock courtroom, and it's very, I think they've done the best with what they had, and I think it looks great. I think this is a fantastic idea, and I even know of groups that might be willing to help construct it after we actually had the resources, if that makes sense.
And I'd be happy to explain that.
Please.
Whenever you're ready, if you'd like me to. So I think most of you know about teen court. 8 years ago, Judge Van Sicklen and Judge Wesley came to me and to Kelly Johnson and said, we would like to have a teen court here at Peninsula High School. It is a program for students who have gotten in trouble, low-level type things, and they have a choice to go before a judge or to go before a jury of their peers.
Are they our students, or are they someone else?
No, they are coming from other schools. They are not our students. So they're coming from a long distance away. We have a real judge there. We have a bailiff.
We're importing the miscreants, right?
What?
Nothing.
We've been using the College Career Center, and I'd like to introduce Logan Tutel. She is the person who Judge Van Sicklen brought on board. She's also one of our social science teachers, and she's the advisor. And this is Tony Molino. He is an attorney who's been president of many of our local law associations, and it is his charge to get the donations, and he has quite a few pledges, so I think we're already there. So we're thrilled about that, and we want to be able to take these checks from these people rather than just, we'd really like to donate. So you might remember so in the College Career Center, there's 125 kids in the program. We turn it into a court. It's very crowded. It's pretty impressive. Anybody that's ever been there to see it. It's a real court. We do 3 trials. The kids are the jurors, and they do an amazing job. So fast forward, 4 years ago, you as the board approved teen court as a real class where students can get a grade and credit. And so of these 125, those that choose to do the additional work, writing up what's happened with the different cases, they are the ones who are allowed to get the credit. So this is an approved actual class for our school district. So we have always wanted a classroom because it's very difficult to take the College Career Center and turn it into a courtroom with 125 chairs. And so I always told Judge Van Sicklen, if ever we had an extra classroom, we would put teen court in there. Little did we know that we would have this facility that we were going to use as a community room, and I have to give Logan the credit for, she's my idea person that came up with the idea of this court. So youth in government would use it, mock trial would use it, teen court would use it, our drama classes would use it. I would hope maybe sometime the Board of Education would like to come and have a meeting there. I mean, it's open. We can rent the facility out. An English class could use it.
You're going to rent it to us, right?
Yes, we will rent it to you.
Can we serve alcohol?
As long as we can sit, as long as we can sit in the
charge
jury.
for parking.
Yeah.
So, you know, this is just a really exciting thing, and I know it's very much outside of the box, but that's kind of how we are sometimes at Peninsula High. I envision an English class coming and acting out, you know, the trial of To Kill a Mockingbird. Logan has taught government. I can imagine her coming and using it for government classes. So we're just really excited about this, and we do believe that, and Tony and Logan are here to answer any questions you have, but Tony has secured what we believe is the funding, approximately $20,000, but we would not take those checks or do anything until we had your approval.
Would the 20,000 cover configuring both spaces? Or
No.
just the space for
The PTSA and the Athletic Booster Club, they're going to work on the rest of it because it's the size of 2 classrooms. Like the floors need to be refinished, we need to get some table and chairs. That's going to be the responsibility of the PTSA and the Athletic Booster Club. Their stuff is stored all over the place. We're going to allow them to have storage there so everything is in one spot. And this, for me, is a real community room. I used to work in inner city schools, and a community room was very much a part of the school's culture, getting parents there, having a facility and a place where parents could come and hang out. And again, this is outside of the parameters of our closed campus. So they're welcome to come. They don't have to check in the main office. They can come and go through this facility without coming on campus.
I have a question. So teen court happens once a month,
Yes,
correct?
and we do three trials.
3 trials during that period of time. And what time of the day do we have teen court? It's after school hours, correct?
It's usually 4 to 6.
4 to 6, okay. Have we ever talked to the Torrance Courthouse and asked them if we could use their courtroom in the evening?
I'm sure that we probably could, but I would not want to transport my kids down there. I want them to be safe on my campus.
Not anymore.
Oh, thanks, Tony.
Since the budget cuts, the LA County courts, in fact, you can't go past 4:30 in any courtroom without approval of the supervising judge because of their budget cuts. So,
I see. Okay. Well, and what did it cost us to create that 6-classroom building? Does anyone remember? About 6 million, was it about
Or
6?
3 classrooms.
4 million?
It's about $500,000 a classroom, more or less.
About $500,000 a classroom. Okay. And so this is kind of the problem I'm wrestling with. Peninsula High has always been chronically short of classrooms since the day I got on this board 18 years ago. And we've worked very hard to get rid of those portables because you had a substandard, half of the school was substandard, illegal classrooms, illegal portables, it was a mess.
Absolutely.
And so we've spent millions and millions and millions of dollars because of the help of the public and passing the bond measures to get rid of those portables and create permanent classrooms for you. And so now we're talking about taking 2 classrooms.
But I would say that these were inadequate classrooms. This is a stage. Peninsula High School there was 2 schools, mirror image. One was to be an intermediate, the other a high school. This is the stage. It's exactly like the stage on the PAC. The walls that are wood to the left, those are temporary. The divider was temporary. You can't see the ceiling, but in the ceiling there is this rope you pull down and it opens to skylight. There's no windows. And in my opinion, it has never been, it's not like any other classroom that we have at Peninsula, and it probably never should have been a classroom. It served its purpose, and I'm just thrilled that we can have teachers in real classrooms with real walls. When we would have a presentation in the College Career Center, I'd have to call over to Mr. Lieberger, and before that it was Mr. Radeniak who was in there, and I would have to say, we're having a presentation. It might be something, a very serious topic, because we would bring speakers in. Please be quiet, because you can hear. So if you were to come and look at these classrooms, and if you saw the paper-thin walls and the no windows, it's really a feeling of being enclosed. And then this roof is really an issue. It's just open with this metal thing there. I have my doubts whether it should have been a classroom, but of course in consolidation we used everything that there was for a classroom, including the faculty dining room and the library for a classroom.
Well, it's $1 million asset you're taking out of.
Well, I think one thing to emphasize, though, is that the structure you're putting in is something that can be moved.
Oh, yeah. It's all temporary. It's all
So
temporary.
it's the stage and all that stuff is stuff that's not bolted into any, I mean, it's not something that can't be taken out if you want to repurpose the room at some point in the future because you have 150 more kids in the high school. I mean, the whole idea of having space in the school is to give as much space as possible.
Right, right.
But I'm very anxious to get my parent groups out of the library. The PTSA meets in the library. We want our school site meeting.
I know, Mitzi. I've lived all that with you.
I know you have.
And, when you had portables that were falling apart, every room was an adequate classroom. Now that we only have 3 deplorable portables left on their campus, as far as I know.
Barbara, I'm curious what your concern is meaning.
It's just, what
would you want to use it for now in the meantime while there aren't enough students that we might need to create a new classroom?
Well, I guess at the end of the day, my question is, does every teacher at Peninsula High have their own classroom?
Yes, they do.
So how many teachers do you have at the school?
Ooh, I didn't know you were going to ask me that.
Well,
I think we have...
I'd never seen any of this before, so this is all news to me.
I would say we have approximately 95 to 100 teachers, and then there's additional teachers like our resource teachers. They don't have their own classroom because they are traveling around team teaching. And a couple of our
So we
teachers-
have 95 permanent full-time teachers.
Yes.
And we have 95 classrooms for each
Every
teacher.
teacher has a classroom.
Their own classroom, and they're not sharing.
They're not sharing.
And they're not traveling other than the resource.
Mm-mm.
The way you described this facility sounded more than just, when we're talking about facility use.
It's a learning environment.
But it's more than just, it's not going to be locked away when teen court isn't in session.
No, We expect it to be used all the time.
Yeah,
In
so
fact,
it's a classroom with a special
Logan, if you'd like to
configuration.
explain how you're going to be using it, the classroom, it's okay.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Good evening. I also, in addition to being the advisor for the teen court program at Peninsula High School, I am also the PLUS advisor, which is our peer leadership uniting students course. And once a month, my students host a forum for Peninsula High School students to come in, and I have already planned on using the community room. We have used the College Career Center historically for the last 3 years for those forums. And when we do that, you know, Terry Llewellyn and Terry Koyanagi are two of the nicest, most generous women, and they very willingly have allowed me to use the College Career Center as well as other groups. And I think just to have that freedom for them to do what they are supposed to be doing, which is focusing on college and career, and to not have those groups meeting in there. I also team teach the AP block with the English 3 honors course, and this gives us an opportunity to bring our kids together to do larger group activities. So I know that there are a lot of teachers on our campus that are very excited about using this space. We just don't have something like this anywhere else on our campus, so to use it during the school day is really, really exciting for a lot of the teachers.
Thank you.
So you have listed mock trial, model UN, program speech and debate, youth and government. Just a guesstimate, how many students are in all those programs? Mock trial, model UN, speech and debate?
Mock trial, there's 80. Teen court, there's over 125. The classes, the humanities blocks, each of those have 60.
Model UN,
Model,
over 100?
Almost 200.
Right? So there's 500, 800 potential students that could be using this site on any given day, as long as the facilitators or the teachers are being creative with it. Is that
Are they using the site during the day, or are they using it after school?
It's going to be used during the day and after school. And, you know, there was another facility that we put in, and people kind of wondered, what's this about? We put in an outdoor classroom that our Korean parents paid for. Now, people have to sign up to use it, and this is how this will work. People will sign up to use it. But I'm very anxious to get these programs that aren't the library, using the library, into that facility. The library shut down right now when the humanities blocks come in and do some of their projects, and this happens probably 10 times a year in just the junior block. And the College Career Center, I wish I had Terry here who could tell you how much she appreciates the fact that we are no longer going to be using that as the hotel College Career Center. We sort of joke about it. It needs to be there for the kids, for college, for presentations, and we have been abusing it, even to the point when the ELD parents, you know, they have their, they do luncheons several times for all the parents. That's where they go. They will now go to this facility, and they don't have to go through the hassle of every one of them signing into the main office, because this is outside the perimeters of the...
Mitzi, I love the idea, so I love everything about it, and actually I would hope that it wouldn't be too mobile, meaning I wouldn't want you to change the structure of the rooms or the building, but I think some stuff should be bolted down. It should feel and look like an actual courtroom or mock trial room, if that's what it's going to be for. In fairness to the other programs on campus, were any other ideas solicited or brought up about other uses for this space of things that might...
Athletic Booster Club, PTSA, parent groups. For example, my Korean Parents Association, they've been having their meeting, instead of in somebody's home, they're bringing it to campus, and they've been having it in the outdoor classroom. We have our Chinese Parents Association, our Korean Parents Association, and our Japanese Parents Association. And it's sometimes hard to get them to school to volunteer. Sometimes there's, you know, issues with limited English, and they're not quite sure about our system. I see this, and I'm going back to my years working in the inner city. We got the families to come to the school so they would feel comfortable. So I want this to be the community room.
But that's really, I mean, to be fair, right, that's kind of the other half of the room. So
It's a big facility.
what I like about this half of the room is that actually it's going to serve a ton of students, not only at your school, but my hunch is ultimately other students in other places are going to want to come in and use it. The other half to be used, that's kind of a no-brainer. If it's there, it's comfortable, you need it, you need meeting space, whether it's for parents or colleges, whatever it may be. I just want to make sure that there aren't other groups or ideas that might be floating out there that could also maybe make as equally as innovative use of the space. And if not, then...
Oh, no, are you talking about something completely different than
Yes,
this?
lab or ceramic, who knows? You know what I'm saying? I just want to make sure
Nobody
that...
has brought anything to me,
I love it.
so.
Any other questions?
I was just going to make the motion.
Please.
I would like to make, I haven't said anything because I think it's great. I move that the board authorize the reconfiguration of room S21 into a mock courtroom / community room setting at Palos Verdes Peninsula High School.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
I'm curious, the issue that I brought up before, I mean, so obviously the money that we're talking about raising, is the 19, whatever, thousand, it says for the reconfiguration, but is it both for the reconfiguration and all the furniture, or is it merely to buy kind of the material, but we still need to figure out how to actually get it?
We've had the furniture already donated by the Los Angeles Superior Court.
Perfect.
Los Angeles Superior Court provided a lot of the furniture that we're going to use from the courtrooms that they've closed over the last 5 years. So when we say it's portable, a lot of it can be moved out if we had to move out and reuse it somewhere else.
But the idea is the reconfiguration is actually to build a jury box, build a...
The jury box is only going to be a railing and goes across, and the only thing is a slight elevation where the bench would be where the judge would sit, where the witness.
So what's involved in the 19,000?
There's going to be wood behind there. We were going to move the sliding divider, but then we thought in terms of multiple use, it would be better to put wood up there because then we still could have 2 groups using it if need be. Because there's this massive, in the picture you can see it, there's this massive divider that goes there. So we're going to put matching wood there.
And so there's no cost to the district at this point?
There will be no cost to the district.
And we have right now, I've been limited as my ability to go out and ask different groups, but I have spoken, I'm on a couple of the boards, South Bay Bar Association, American Inns of Court in the South Bay, and they both of their foundations have said they are willing to put money up towards this, plus several law firms in the South Bay are willing to put up money to help fund this program. It's a very exciting program. It's a program where it gives a young person a second chance if they make a mistake or they got on doing graffiti or some minor thing. They can adjudicate it through the teen court, and they get put on probation through the teen court. After 6 months, it goes off their record like it never happened. So it gives them a second chance. So it's really a worthwhile program. One of the questions was, oh, these are kids not from our district. For the most part, yes, we don't have any kids from the district coming in because we don't want our teen court members to know those kids. They come from Carson, Banning High, Redondo High. Now there's a teen court in Redondo Beach, there's one in Carson, and there's one in Gardena High. And I've been told that some of the students in our district go over to Redondo, Carson, or Gardena, and they have their little mishaps adjudicated there. So
I just to be clear, I think the teen court sounds like a fascinating program, and I'm really impressed. But my interest really is in the fact that this site, in this courtroom setting, can serve hundreds and hundreds of students at Peninsula High School and beyond. So, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'm just going to abstain. I'm still trying to build classrooms at Peninsula, so.
Well, okay, thanks. I want to thank Tony and Mitzi and Logan for staying till 10:20 at night to make the presentation. And Tony, thank you for taking the lead in raising the funds to make this happen for Peninsula.
thank you.
My daughter was in teen court years ago. I think she was Hang'em Carey, but it's a great program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all for your support.
I was remiss in having us make a motion to authorize the acceptance of the unaudited financials from Budget 01. Could someone please make a motion?
So moved as stated.
Will someone second it, please?
Second.
I beg you.
Sorry.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. Sorry about that. Rancho Vista Elementary School Water Reduction Pilot Program. Louis, you're up again.
On up, and Jana, we need the PowerPoint again. So the last time we brought it forward, you asked us to come back with more information, and I'm hoping that this time I've provided the information that you're looking for. So what we have here is a 2-year summary of the water usage at Rancho Vista. In 13-14, they used 4,555 cubic feet. The total cost in 13-14 was almost $22,000. That was an average of about $4.81 per cubic foot. In 14-15, we've reduced the water. We only used 3,472 cubic feet. Total cost was a little over 19,000. Average cost per cubic foot at that time, this last year, is $5.54. Go to this next slide. This is what the proposed savings are, and this information is in your agenda item, but I just wanted to break it down a little bit. The project would include the installation of smart irrigation controllers, replacement of existing sprinkler heads, which would, after rebates, cost the district $10,619. And just along the lines of other conversations we've had this evening, well, how will the district benefit from that? We're looking at making Rancho Vista pilot. They have a lot of landscape areas where we can benefit from the rebate programs, and I'll show you those pictures. And so we asked the vendor if they could help us estimate the approximate savings. So what they're estimating is that there would be approximately 986,000 gallons of water, which is about 132 cubic feet.
Actually 1320, but you're off by a factor of 10 to get to 4,600.
Okay, maybe I dropped the
Showing
zero
off.
by accident.
No, it's okay.
Sorry about that. The savings would be approximately $4,615, and this is for 1 year. And they're basing this on an average cost of 350 cents per cubic feet. You can see when I pulled all of our bills for the last 2 years, the average was about $5.54 per cubic foot. So if the sprinkler heads produce the savings that they should, and what we're looking at is approximately, the old sprinkler heads had an output of about 4.5 gallons per minute versus the new heads a half a gallon per minute. The savings could actually be more, because I think the $3.50 per cubic square foot that they're
Conservative.
estimating is quite low.
So essentially, within 2 years, maybe even less, it would be cost neutral. We would.
Right. And in the one exhibit that was provided by Finley's, he also provided the exterior irrigation. And the savings for the exterior irrigation, which is the fields, is not that great because the technology on the new sprinkler heads is not improved enough. So where with the other sprinkler heads, we're seeing a big savings of about, going from about 4.5 or so to half. On the big ones, you might only be going down from about 4.5 to 3.5. So the technology isn't quite there yet. And so what I did was I have some pictures here that I want to show you the areas that this would impact. So when you come into Rancho Vista, each side has this type of little landscape area slope. And this would be, the sprinkler heads here would be replaced. When you walk into
It doesn't
the-
look like they're even working at all. I mean, it's just.
There are sprinkler heads there.
They're watering the dirt, that's good.
And the trees here. Then you have these two fully landscaped areas on the way into the school office. And then right in front of the school office, on each side, you have this little planter area. You have this little park area with a couple of lunch benches. Then on the other side of the building, you have this other area with more benches. And you have, now I'm standing in the playground looking across, you have this grass area here. And then over here on the other side of the picnic, the lunch area, there's another grass area. So the items that we're talking about is for all of this interior space. It's not for the big, huge field that's at Rancho Vista.
And why not, just for conversation?
Because the technology on these heads is not as advanced. So the savings would not we would not generate a great enough savings. And because the technology isn't that advanced, there are no rebates for those sprinklers. So what we're looking at is the program that qualifies for rebates. And unless we try a school, we probably won't know what the true savings are. So the other option is we just don't do anything, and we really let all these areas just brown up.
Or stay green at double the cost of what it could be.
So how do we measure the 2.6 million gallons and so on? Do we have a separate meter for this part of the school compared to the field?
No, it's one meter.
So when we're saying we spent $19,000 in 2013, through 2014-15, the $19,000 included the field or did not include the field?
Is the field.
So if we're going to try to save 38% and it includes the field, and then the field probably uses half the water or more, is it really going to generate a 76% savings on the remaining part that we're using?
Yes, possibly, because we're also doing different things, not just with the irrigation on the fields. We're using different additives. We're really cutting down on the actual watering that we've done in the past. So we're doing everything. We're not just looking away and leaving the fields go as they always have.
Well, I understand, but what I'm trying to separate out is the effect of this part of the project.
Okay. In all honesty, I can't quantify that. Neither would Cal Water. When we discussed this, they said they would not put any dollars and cents in full savings. Bottom line is that the rebate program will make a savings. It will, and it's something that we have to do because we need to make. Going forward, we have to try and cut water. So after speaking with Cal Water, this is the best vehicle. I think that we will be able to make some sort of measurable savings. I'll be honest with you, Larry, I can't say it will be actually this or...
Louis, I get that, and I appreciate your candor. But, you could be spending $10,000 to save $1,000, or you could be spending $10,000 to save $4,000. The truth is somewhere in between, you just don't know what it is.
In all
exactly,
honesty.
so you don't really know what the payback is. But you suggesting going forward, the thing about it for me is that unless you can quantify what the savings is and you're running it as a pilot, what is it going to tell you for implementing in other locations? If we're going to use this as a model to say, okay, we implemented it, we got savings at this place, and we want to roll it out to 5 more schools, it certainly is a lot more meaningful if you could quantify with some precision what savings are generated by the program, as opposed to having to kind of make a guess by dividing out the water.
We will be able
to
know.
Well, we were also trying to give you this information based on, obviously, when we were here last time on a question I think you had, Larry. And since then, we've had some meter readings, so we would be able to probably benchmark.
Well, you can benchmark, what you can't control for is you can't control for the watering on the field. So if the field watering down 50% because we got smarter about how we did the timers, or we had better weather, or whatever, you can't factor that into actually. The scientists would love to isolate the product, and we really can't do that. So I'm just pointing that out as one of the things that is not a perfect about this experiment versus others. So, anyway, so appreciate your candor on that. Any other questions?
How does the rebate program work?
Well, basically, we've identified there's a list of nozzles and heads that are under the CalWater rebate program, and that list, or the top list, has got the heads are part of the program. And they've factored that with a site survey, and that's how we've got our final count of 359 heads on the interior
So
of the
it's
campus.
a one-time rebate, is that how it works?
Yes,
It's a
for
one-time
the installation,
rebate?
yes.
We got a $19,000 project cost. They get $8,500 in rebates, so the net cost is $10,619 under the proposal. I mean, it's kind of like doing my front yard. I don't know if we redo the whole thing, what it'll end up saving is and what the payback will be, because I can't separate it out from the rest of my water usage.
I think the thing, Larry, is just try to be proactive with this, because it's not going away the next 5 or 6 years. It's nothing about the El Nino coming this winter, it's about the snow cap, and it's something where we have to put something moving forward. And now I know there's money out of pocket here, but we have to, the rebate programs do change, they do, they do end and they do start again. Something new may come up with CalWater, but we need to try to put some sort of
And
plan where we-
I understand the point. The problem is that in reality, you need to do this on 20 sites, and you need to spend $300,000
I
or
agree.
and it'd be nice if this was a way to say, if we go to spend the other money, we have some idea of what the savings will be. We know intuitively there's savings. We know there has to be savings because the gallons per minute are less, and you're watering less time, and you're using moisture sensors and all this stuff. But anyway, I'm just pointing out the one little problem with it.
If behaviors didn't change, a year from now, we should be able to tell whether there was a difference. As if you changed other behaviors around the watering on the campus that we couldn't.
Right, you just can't measure it. I mean, unfortunately, exactly. But
Why did we pick Finley's? I mean, who is Finley?
Finley's is just a reputable landscape contractor that does a lot of schools and a lot of high commercial. They have an on-site engineer who does calculations, and that's how we came with this. So they're pretty sophisticated irrigation guy. They don't just typically do residential
Were they
homes.
recommended by California?
CalWater, yes. Off the record, yeah.
And if we got to the point where we were going to do all the schools, we would go out to bid for this, for all the schools.
But wouldn't you guess that our biggest water usage is like what surrounds this campus? Every site has, I mean, I don't know what the total acreage of our fields is, but I did ask the CalWater guy who followed up with an email when I thought we were the largest water user on the Hill, and he said, no, that wasn't correct, but he wasn't going to identify who was. But I don't think, this thing of we either do this or we let it go brown, that, there's an alternative. You just cut back and
Well, and that's what we're doing right now.
yeah.
We have-
And are we meeting our 37% goal?
We have met some and not others. We're waiting for some more information from CalWater, some additional columns that are going to give us more information. And right now, we didn't start immediately July 1st, and our budget district-wide for the month of July was 11,733. I'm sorry, that was our usage. Our budget was 10,963. Our usage was 11,733. So we have reduced. We have not reduced the full 36%. We have some sites that have reduced tremendously. We have some sites that are over tremendously. And so this is our first look. We're going to be looking at those sites that are over and figure out, is there a leak? Was something going on?
Yeah.
Things like that. But CalWater is working with us to provide us tools to be able to do that. And this is the first look, and I've asked for some changes, and so we're waiting for those changes right now.
Getting to Malcolm's question earlier, is this the only place or the only use of that rebate? This is kind of it. We've done all of our,
It's available for all the schools.
All sites.
but this particular technology, this particular,
Yes, it's only certain sprinkler heads.
It's part of the rebate program right now. It may change 8
And-
months to
And
6 months
turf
from now.
replacement is also on the
and is
list.
the rebate, are we maxing it out? Or is it kind of, like Larry said, if we actually decided we want to do this for hundreds of thousands of dollars, is there same rebate go on the formula?
Yeah, it's the same hardware, it's the same sprinkler heads and the labor, and
But
the
we
labor.
don't cap out on a certain amount. I don't see what the harm is.
Not that I've heard.
No, no.
I mean, I don't like it as a science experiment, like you said, but I think it's okay to try it here and see what happens.
Well, the overage from last month was the cost of the entire project.
Yeah.
The 770 CCFs that we're over was
Yeah.
$8,000, so.
Yeah, it's just under 8,000,
Yeah, so, I mean, that's why I
$7,342.
just- Yeah, it's just not as good science experiment, but that's okay.
All right, so any other questions?
Yeah, is this something that, does Chris, is she also our water maven, or is she just our electricity?
No, she is monitoring it, but right now we're working more closely with Cal Water. And as soon as we get this spreadsheet, which they've developed for us, that will include a couple more things that I've asked for, then Chris will use this and compare our bills versus what they're actually posting.
Have they ever proposed putting in, I don't know whether you call it a sub-meter, meter off different to segment, so you can actually,
We'd have to redo the entire irrigation.
It's like anything, you're adding cost to save cost, and it's back to the,
Probably be a big deal if it's all on one meter.
it would be.
You can come up with a design,
Need a motion?
please.
I will make a motion that the board accept Finley's tree and land care proposal in the amount of $10,619.99 for the water reduction pilot program at Rancho Vista.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Consent calendar. Linda, do you have anything you'd like to have taken off the calendar? Q2G. Anything else? Tony?
Q2C.
Q2C. Malcolm?
nothing.
Barbara?
Nothing.
Okay, will someone make a motion to approve Q1A, Q2A and B, Q2DEF, Q2HIJ, Q3AB, Q4A?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Tony, Q2C.
Yeah, I think this is the one about the cost of administering the OLSAT for the gate assessment. And I don't know if, you made a comment a couple weeks ago, Dawn, I don't know if this is what you were referring to, right? That
Sure is.
essentially, the entire budget that we've allotted to gate is very close to this amount that we're using to assess. So I'm sorry I didn't call you earlier and kind of let you know I was going to ask this, but it's,
That's okay.
yeah, which is protocol, right?
Right.
Anyhow, I get, and I would be the one that says we need to have an assessment that's universal, that's been vetted, and that we're comfortable with. It does feel very uncomfortable spending $32,000 to assess and leaving $8,000 for the program.
Well, back to address that, so that's why we were using $34,000 of carryover money from the previous year, of anticipating that we were going to look at changing what grade levels we were going to test.
Carryover from
The year before I was here.
Carryover from
Carryover
a
money.
line item for gate?
No,
or
for
carryover?
gate money.
So we didn't spend money
Correct.
on, so that's not a sustainable model for us, meaning we're not expecting to have that carryover for next year when we assess.
And the GATE
Correct.
students didn't benefit from anything during that time because that money was just sitting there. So
When you weren't here.
It's not, you weren't here, but
Correct.
that doesn't keep going in the future.
Right.
Can't do
So-
that every year.
But
So
we're
like
going
in
to pick
it-
one grade level.
In
after.
anticipation, the
Sure.
$50,000 that we have allotted for the GATE program, then we would be using towards the enrichment programs and for the, training the teachers and moving forward.
So how would we pay for assessments moving forward?
We would take it out of that $50,000, but it will not be $34,000. The reason why it's so expensive is because in the past, we would test our fourth graders and our eighth graders, just our fourth and eighth. with the committee and the conversation of just testing, we changed it to the 4th and 6th, but the committee looked at not having our 7th and 8th graders fall through the cracks.
Because a one-time catch anybody that might fall through because of gaps that existed before you got here.
Correct. So for example, we tested 4th and 8th last year. So this year coming in, we're testing 4th and 6th. The concern was that the 7th and 8th graders, because they would have been tested
Sure, no, I
this
got
year.
that. I'm
Okay.
more worried about moving forward, the
Moving forward,
sustainability of it.
the sustainability is that we are only going to be testing 4th and 6th grade moving forward.
So it'd be half the cost. Is this is the gold standard on how to assess around the state of California for GATE?
Well,
I just want to pipe in real quick.
Right.
Sure.
This is what we have right now. But I think before we head into next year, we need to have a real serious discussion about what we want to do here. Does every school district universally test every kid? No.
That was going to be my question.
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be a predictive
Should we?
model.
We need to talk about that here. I think this time, this is where we have to go. But in the future, that is an essential question. What are we doing when we're spending such a large chunk of our budget
Correct.
to identify kids that then we will have no money to do anything with?
Sounds like I did call you on
It
this.
is you almost did. It is not a great model. Is this the test to give? Probably. Yeah.
But if there's, at the end of the day, no benefit to the children, it's a useless exercise. And I can tell you, again, having had a gifted child in the school district years ago who was tested, and I got the letter from the district saying, call. And so I did, and I asked a series of questions. I said, what does this mean? And this is what they said. It means your son's CUME folder will be identified as gifted. I said, well, what does that mean for, does he get anything extra out of this? And the answer back then was no. He gets nothing out of the program. We do not do gifted programs in this district because we don't have the money for it. But if sometime in the future the money rolls in, you'll be one of the first to know. Of course, the money never showed up. Nothing was done extra for the kids. But what we did used to do is we used to take some of the money and distribute it among, I believe, the elementary schools. And then they would do some sort of a special thing for everyone at the school. I'm kind of to the point where I think, why don't we just say everyone in the district's gifted, be done with it, and, we have the programs that we have, and if you're smart, and if you're gifted, and if you're this and you're that, and you're capable, you can take those honors and advanced placement classes at the high school, which is what it's really all about. But we've never been able to provide programs for the gifted children. And part of the problem is we have so many who do qualify as gifted. And I just think this is one of the things that we really need to look at. I know parents like to hear the label, my child is gifted, but at the end of the day, we've never been able to provide those children anything special.
So that's, I don't disagree. I don't think it's that absolute. I do think we are doing some, not enough. I mean, to say that we're not doing anything, I know for a fact there's programs that are existing. So the question is, in the long term, right, Barb, we need to have a greater discussion about what we're doing to serve the students.
Yeah.
In the short term, what I'm hearing is that working with the committee, the GATE Advisory Committee.
Correct.
This is the recommendation. They've said, listen, with this one-time carryover money, so that there's no students for now that fall through the cracks, you would like to test 4th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. We also held to a maintenance of effort, I think, with the state as well, since there's no longer a line item, no?
Well, right now, no, we're not, because our LCAP, we've used it as our number 8, as our other outcomes, but
Sure.
it's not mandated by the state of California.
But we've said we're going to do this.
Yeah, it's part of our LCAP.
So for now, this is the recommendation that's coming. My concern was we're not going to be doing $32,000 worth of GATE assessment identification moving forward.
Right, because before they were using the CST scores, and this year we didn't have the CST
So
scores.
next year, what I'm hearing is that we will do 4th and 6th, and potentially not, depending on the conversation we have moving forward. Is that correct?
And the last thing I wanted to add, the reason we tested children for gifted years ago, for the gifted program, because that was the only way you could get the gifted money. Now,
The agreement between the Palos Verdes Peninsula Unified School District and Pearson Education regarding the OLSAT 8 program beginning August 31st, 2015.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, Linda, Q2G,
So
West
this is,
Ed.
this is a survey, Healthy Kids Survey,
Yeah, the
and I
Healthy
just, it's an act, it requires active consent for fifth graders and passive consent, meaning you're gonna opt out for 7th, 9th, and 11th. I would suggest that we just make that an active consent for all grades and eliminate any potential problems with anyone who doesn't see the letter, whatever, doesn't want to be participating. You might end up with a smaller sample size, but you're not going to have any issues.
Are you
So that's my
advocating
recommendation.
for an active consent for
For-
every
for everything-
student?
for everyone.
Oh, I don't like that.
Because
No one will do it.
Passive consent means that the student
If I
has a
don't
choice to
hear
do
from
it
you-
or not.
No.
Right, passive consent means that all students will participate unless the parent has specifically stated in writing that they don't want their student to participate.
No, that's not what it says. It says this means that all students in the grades have the option to participate in the survey unless the parent has specifically
Right,
stated.
and when you're handed it, 99% of kids just fill it out.
That may be true.
Except mine, probably. So I'm just bringing it up because it's
Sure.
been an issue in the past about, why are you testing my child? I didn't know about it. And asking them personal questions about violence, health, resilience, alcohol, tobacco, whatever. So
From a
I'm just
research
bringing it
perspective,
up.
right? I mean, this is things we want to know. So the folks that have been coming to us the past year and a half, very uncomfortable with this kind of information being gathered from our students, are uncomfortable with who might see that information. The information is vital for us and for others to kind of know what's going on with the students in these grades. I would advocate that we actually say, listen, everyone in these grades are going to be given this survey, and if you do not want your child in that survey, then you let us know. I think it's on the communication side on the front end to really publicize it, let them know, but you'll see probably less than 50%, if even less, if you do an active.
Right, but you're going to get that low percentage.
Approval of the MOU between West Ed for the California Healthy Kids Survey and the PVPUSD for administration in the fall of 2015-16 as proposed by the State Department of Education.
I'll second.
Okay, thanks. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 1 no. And abstain, nothing. Okay, so that takes us to the best part of the meeting. It is item R, adjournment at,
Oh, wait a minute, we got.
did I miss something?
Cute.
Already did those.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
We did consent.
It's just too late. All right. It is the
Thursday.
best part of the meeting.
At